Welcome to this episode about how we get started with this course. I will be uploading 4 videos a week regarding HTML5 and CSS3. And in this episode, we are going to talk about what HTML and CSS actually can do, what it is, and what you need to get started with making websites. So what is HTML? HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language, which is used to define the text document within HTML tags. We can separate a website in a header, so the navigation of a website, the body, which has the actual content, and the footer, which has some extra information inside of it. So we can tell to the browser that whatever is in between the header tags is the navigation, whatever is in the body tags is the body, and what's in our footer is the footer. So what is CSS? Well, CSS stands for Cascading Style Sheets, and it's a language that you don't need to learn in order to create a website. But CSS is basically a design language that is intended to simplify the process of making web pages presentable. And this can be done independent of the HTML that makes up each web page. So let's say that you have some text on a website and you want to change the font size, or well, maybe the background color. This can all be done with CSS. So HTML is used to structure the layout in the browser, and CSS is used to style it in the browser. What I would like to do is to look at a couple free text editors and use them to create a website. So whenever we have installed our text editor, we need to create a folder on our computer where we will add images, style sheets, and other HTML documents. And what we can do next is to create a project and open it in the browser, and whenever we're done, we can upload it to the server. It really doesn't matter which code editor you use, because there are lots of free code editors. But in the next episode, I will be installing Atom. You can use other code editors as well. It really doesn't matter because the output will be the same. I recommend you to use or Atom or Visual Studio Code. A question that people ask me a lot is if it's possible to make websites whenever you're not connected to the internet. And the answer is yes. You can run a .html extension inside your web browser without being on the internet. And this is, well, pretty useful if you're on a long flight, because you can work on your laptop for hours long. Another question that I get often is, well, how fast can I learn HTML and CSS? And I won't be saying that you can learn it in 5 or 10 days, because, well, nobody can practice 24 hours a day. Practically, I would say that you should spend a couple hours per day, but it really depends on your dedication and work ethic of how fast you can learn HTML and CSS. So let's go to the browser, and I want to show you what you can actually do with HTML and CSS. So let's go to the website of Airbnb.com. And you can see, well, a bunch of elements that appear on the screen. And at the top, you can see a transparent header, which consists of a logo on the left-hand side of the screen. And on the right-hand side, you can see a navigation. And if I hover on it, you can see a border. And this can actually be done with HTML and CSS, because everything that's visible can be done with HTML and CSS. So we can place the background image, we can create a button, we can create input fields, and we can create a navigation. We can also style it to make it more beautiful. What we're not able to do is to create the functionality. So if we want to click on check-in, and another screen appears. But this is done with a different programming language. So what we can do is to create a website of Airbnb, or even a different one if you have a suggestion, so let me know in the comment section below. We can style it and make it beautiful, just like, well, the website of Airbnb, but we cannot add functionality. And the problem with that is that we basically need to hard code it. So let's scroll down, and you can see all the adventures that you can do. These aren't hard coded right here, but this is information that Airbnb has in their database, and they will just loop through it. During this course, I will explain all the HTML and CSS elements. As you can see on my screen, I'm on the official website of Atom right now, and it's called atom.io. I'm also running a MacBook as an operating system, but it really doesn't matter which operating system you're using. The output will be the same. So let's click on download and let's install Atom. I will pause the video and I will be right back with you when Atom is installed. Now you can see that we have a brand new installation of Atom. There's nothing but the core package installed. So let's go to our desktop and let's create a new folder. And let's rename it and let's call it HTML tutorial. But you can name it whatever you want, it really doesn't matter. What we need to do now is to open our Atom and we need to open a project. And let's open the HTML tutorials. And on the left hand side you can see the folder and everything inside of it. Well, right now it's empty. So let's click on the folder and create a new file inside of it. So right click, new file, and let's create an index.html. Let's close off the welcome screen. Index is the most common name used for a default page shown on a website. So if no other page is specified when a visitor requests the site, index.html will show up. And if you want to work with HTML files, the extension needs to be .html. And if you want to use CSS, well, let's create a new file. Let's call it style.css, because the extension needs to be .css. And if you want to use PHP, the extension needs to be .php and so on. What I want to do now is to add some plugins, and it's pretty easy to add them. If you're on a Mac, the only thing you need to do is to go to Packages, click on Setting View, and click on Open. And if you're on a different operating system, you need to click on File, Settings, and then you need to click on Install. So let's do that. Let's make it a little bit bigger. So this is the place where you can actually install packages. You can also see a couple featured packages, but that's not what we want. So let's scroll up and let's go to the official website of Atom and let's click on Packages in the menu. And you can see that Atom has more than, well, 8,600 packages. Now if we scroll down, you can see, well, the recently updated, the newest, the trending, and the featured packages. And if we click on, well, let's say Teletype, and right here you can see a mini documentation page and they can give you configuration information and so on. But let's go back to our code editor because this is the place where we actually want to install packages. And the first package that I want to install is called Emmet. So let's type down E-M-M-E-T. And Emmet allows you to type shortcuts that are then expanded into full pieces of code. So you're basically going to type less because Emmet has auto-completion in it. And this is pretty useful to prevent typos and missing tags. So let's click on Install. And once the installation is done, you can see that you're getting 3 different buttons. You will always see an uninstall button and a disable button, but sometimes you will see a setting button. So let's click on Settings, and if we scroll down, you can see all the different key bindings. I won't be going over them, so if you want to, and start it whenever you're ready. Now that we have installed Emmet, we can click our settings away. We don't need our style sheet right now, but we want our index.html. Please don't worry about the stuff that I'm going to write down right now, because we will be talking about it later on. Instead of typing less than, HTML, greater than, we can, well, let's remove it, write down HTML, hit tab, and you can see that the opening and closing HTML tag is automatically created for us. And this can be done with everything actually. So let's remove it, and we can write down div, hit tab, and div opening and closing tags are created. We could also give our div a class name, and that's by writing down div, punctuation mark, and let's say first div. Let's hit tab, and you can see that we created a div with a class first div and a closing div tag. You actually don't need to write down div.class name. You can actually say punctuation mark, first class, hit tab, and you can see that the output is exactly the same. And this can also be done if you want to create a menu. So let's say we want an unordered list, hit tab, hit space, and our unordered list has a list item. Let's hit tab again, enter, and every list item has a link inside of it. So let's write down A, which is an anchor, hit tab, and you can see that every link has a href inside of it. So let's remove our code and let's install a new package. So let's go to Setting Views, open it, go to Install, and the next package that I want to install is called File Icons. And this is a very simple yet wonderful plugin because it simply looks at the extension, so the .html and .css, and it will give it a little icon so we can better identify what kind of file we're working with. We actually need to scroll down because it's created by File Icons and it has 7.8 million installs. So let's install it. As you can see, mine is installed right now because I'm getting 3 new buttons. But if you look at the left hand side of my screen, you can see that index.html has a new icon and style.css as well. You can also change the icons by clicking on Settings. And if we scroll down, under the Settings tab, you can uncheck a couple boxes. So we can say that we want it not to be colored, but I prefer it to be colored. We can say that we want only colors when changed, so whenever we're working on a document. And we can say show icons in File tab and pay a close look to the index.html that's open because, the icon just disappeared. But I like to have it, so I will click on the checkbox. So let's continue on with our third plugin. And the name of the third plugin is To Do. So let's search for it. And this does what the name is. You can add to-dos in your code. And if you have to-dos, it lets us open a sidebar that shows us what we actually need to do in our files. And for us right now, it really doesn't matter because we won't be working on many documents at the same time. But later on, when we will work on complex applications, it is pretty useful to have it. It's the first one, so let's click on Install. Let's close our Settings tab. And in our index.html, let's write down doc, hit tab, and you can see that some code just appeared. Just don't pay attention to it right now because we won't need it. In between our body tags, let's write down less than, exclamation mark, dash dash, space, 2 more dashes, and a greater than. And you can see that the color just turned light gray because what we're doing right now is, we basically want to add a comment in our code. And the way you do that is to write down to do in capitals, colon, the task that we want to do. So let's say create a website. So let's save it. Let's go back to packages. Let's go to do and let's click on toggle. And on the right hand side, you can see that something appeared in our screen because this is our to-do list. Right now we only have one page, so it really doesn't matter. But if you're working on a complex application, like I said, it's very useful to use to do. So let's save it and let's continue on with our new package. Click on Package, Setting Views and Open. And right now I want to install another package called Minimap. And Minimap gives us a, Minimap on the right hand side of our screen. And this is a pretty awesome feature when you work with long pieces of code inside one document. So let's write down Minimap with no space in between. And it's the first one because, it's created by Adam and it has almost 6 million downloads. So let's click on Install. Mine is installed right now, so let's close off Settings. Let's open our index.html. And on the right hand side of my screen, you can see that a minimap of my screen just appeared. And if I copy paste my HTML opening and closing tags a couple of times, and you look At the right hand side of my screen, you can see that the minimap is, well, pretty useful right now, because if I want to go to the second block of my code, I can just click on it. And if I want to go back to the bottom of my screen, it will take us there as well. So let me remove everything because we don't need it. And right now, I want to install a new one. So let's click on Package again, Setting View, Open. And the package that I want to install is called Pigments. So let me write that down. And Pigments is a pretty cool plugin whenever you use colors inside CSS, because it will add a color behind it. And this can be a color name, hexadecimal value, or RGB value. You can see that there are actually two pigments, so one for the minimap and one for your regular code. I will only be focusing on the regular code. So let's click on Install. And let's open our style.css whenever it's installed. Let's write down HTML, opening and closing curly brackets. So what we want to do now is to give our HTML a background color. So let's write down background dash color, semicolon, space, and let's say black. It took a couple of seconds, but you can see that the background color of black turned to black and the color, well, the text turned white. And this can be done with red as well. So wait a second. And you can see that the background color is red. You might think that this isn't very useful because everyone knows what red is. But let's say that we want to add a RGB value. So let's say hashtag 008000. And if we wait for a second, you can see that the color is green. And this is what Pigments is useful for. It's, well, mostly for styling. The next plugin that I want to install is called Add and Beautify. So let's click on Packages, Setting View, and click on Open. And let's say that we want to install Add and Beautify. And it's the first one because, well, it almost has 7 million downloads. So let's click on Install. And what Add and Beautify does, it will help you for every programming language, because it will clean up your code and make it more readable. And you can see every programming language that you can use Add and Beautify with. It supports HTML, CSS, JavaScript, PHP, Python, and so on. Well, almost every programming language. So let's close off our settings because we don't need it anymore. Our style sheet as well. And let's go to our index.html and let's hit Doc, Tab. So right now I need to remove, because it's pretty beautified right now. So let me remove everything and make it, well, one long sentence. Let's click on Packages, Add and Beautify, and let's say Beautify. And you can see that the code just got changed to what it was. And this was it for this episode. In the next episode, I want to start creating an HTML5 document where we'll be creating our first basic page. Like I said in the previous episode, whenever you want to set up a new project, we need to set up a folder somewhere on our computer. And since I've actually done this in the last episode, where I created an HTML tutorials folder, and inside of it I have an index.html. This folder will actually be our root folder. So let's close it, and let's go back to the code editor that we have, and let's open index.html. And what I said in the last episode is that index.html will be the first page that will be pop up whenever someone enters our website. Every folder needs to have an index.html file because that's how the server will figure out what the first page is that needs to be opened. Since we're working on a new project, we need to tell that this is an HTML document. And you might probably think that we have already done this because, well, the extension is .html, but we need to include some HTML tags in order for the browser to know what this is. A .html extension is made up of HTML tags, and HTML tags are hidden keywords within a web page that define how your web browser must format and display the content. And most tags have two parts, an opening and a closing part. And the way you create an HTML tag is by writing down less than, followed by the name, let's say head, greater than. What we're doing right now is just opening the head tag, but we also need to close it. And well, that's done in pretty much the same way. So let's go 2 lines below. So let's write down less than, head, greater than. But the only difference with a closing tag is that right in front of head, you need to write down a forward slash. There are a couple tags that are an exception and don't have a closing tag, and we will definitely talk about them later on. But, well, let's say that inside our head tag, we want to create an image tag. So let's say less than, img, greater than. And image does not have a, well, let's say / image. This tag doesn't exist. So let's remove it, and let's remove our image tag as well. Well, let's remove our head tags as well, because what I want to focus on right now is the doc type. The doc type declaration is used to inform a website visitor's browser that the document being rendered is an HTML document. And every HTML document should start with a doc type declaration. A doc type is actually written in between HTML tags, but it isn't an actual HTML tag. It is just to let the browser know how the document should be interpreted as a standard HTML page. And the way you declare the doc type is by writing down less than, exclamation mark, in capitals doc type, space, HTML, and a greater than sign. We told the browser that we're using HTML5, which is the latest version. What we want to do next is telling the browser when the HTML needs to start and stop. And this can be done with the HTML tags, which will have all the content of the page inside of it. So right below our doc type, we need to write down less than, HTML, greater than. And 1 line below, let's write down less than, \HTML, greater than. So everything in between our HTML opening and closing tag will be content on the actual page. A page can be split into 2 parts, the head and the body. Well, it makes pretty much sense that the head will be above the body, so let's create opening and closing head tags by writing down less than, head, greater than, and on 1 line below, let's write down less than, \head. Inside the head tags, we will include stuff that won't be visible in the browser. But what we will actually add in our head tags is metadata that provides information about the document, such as the title, description, keywords, and so on. And the first thing that we will include in our head tag is a meta tag. So let's write down less than, meta, space, charset, and we need to set it equal to double quotes and greater than sign. And inside our double quotes, we need to write down UTF-8. And what this does is it specifies which character set of website is written in. So let's go 1 line below, where we will be creating our second tag, and this will be a title, because most HTML documents must have a title since it defines, well, the title of the document. So let's write down less than, title, greater than. And well, let's close it as well. And in between, we need to create a title name. So let's say my first project. And let's go outside of our head tag because we're done with our head tags right now. And like I said, we have a head and we have a body. So let's create body opening and closing tags. All the content that we want to place on the website needs to be in between the body tags. So let's write down hello world. Where you're looking at right now is the default structure that we need every time we start a new page inside a website. And this page can be opened inside the browser. And in order to do that, we need to go to the root folder. So let's go back to our desktop, open the HTML tutorial, right click on index.php, and we need to open it with Well, I have a lot to open it with, but we actually need to open it with a browser. And I like to work with Google Chrome. So let's click on it. And I think I forgot to save it. So let's save it. Refresh the browser. And you can see that Hello World just pops up on my screen. And if you look at my title, it says my first project. And that's actually equal to the title of our head tag. This was it for this episode. In the next episode, I want to talk about HTML section heading elements. Heading elements are pretty useful because they help us to define the hierarchy and the structure of the web page content. A heading element can be seen as a title, so every document has a title, and in HTML we have headings. If we go to the browser and we go to the website of Airbnb again, and if we scroll down, you can see all the bold titles, so Explore Airbnb, Airbnb Plus Places to Stay. These are headings, and a selection of places below our heading is called a paragraph. So let's go back to our code editor. HTML offers different heading tags, and like I said, there is a hierarchy structure. So let's type down H, and if you look at the drop-down menu that just appeared on our screen, we have H1, H2, H3, 4, 5, and 6. The higher the number, the greater its importance. Therefore, H1, so let's click on it, defines the most important headings, and H6 defines the least important headings in the document. In between the tags, we need to write down a piece of text, otherwise our H1 tag will be empty. Well, let me actually show it to you. So let's save it, go back to the browser, refresh it, and it's empty because we have nothing written in between our tags. So let's write down heading level 1. Save it, refresh the browser, and you can see that the H1 tag is bold. And that's because by default, browsers display headings in a larger and bolder font than normal text. The H1 tag will also be displayed in a larger font than, well, let's say H6, because H6 is the smallest. Let's go back to the code editor. Let's copy H1. And let's change H1 to H2. And let's change the text in between to level 2. Let's save it. Refresh it. You can see that H2's font size is way less than H1. So let's go back to the browser and let's copy paste it 4 more times. So let's change the third one to 3, 4, 5, and 6. So let's save it again. Refresh the browser. Here you can see that H6 is, well, the smallest in either font weight and font size. Since search engines like Google use headings to index the structure and content of the web pages, I actually recommend you to use them, well, very wisely. So use H1 headings as a main heading, followed by H2, and, well, the less important one needs to be H3, and so on. I also recommend you to only use your H1 heading once on every page. So heading tags are used for small pieces of text. But if you have a long piece of text, such as a paragraph, you need to use another tag. So let's go to our code editor, and below our H6 tag, let's write down P, hit tab, which stands for paragraph. And this is a very basic and typically the first tag you will need to publish your text on a website. So in between our paragraph tags, let's write down, this is a paragraph tag. Save it, refresh the browser, and now you can see that the output is different than the heading tags. Because if you look at it, there's, well, way more space added at the top and at the bottom. And that's because the paragraph tag basically adds margin around it. And I know that we haven't talked about margins yet, but we will do it later on. Another fun thing about the paragraph tag is that, well, if you add multiple spaces, so let's go to the code editor, and right after this, let's add a couple spaces. Let's save it, and, well, let's refresh the browser, And what you can see right now is that the browser reduced all the spaces to a single page. And this is called white space collapsing. Let's go back to the code editor and let's remove our spaces. And let's hit enter a couple times. Save it, refresh the browser. And even though we added multiple enters, the browser will reduce that as well. This was it for this episode. And in the next episode, I want to talk about images in HTML. In order to add a simple image on a website, we use the img element. And like I said in one of the first episodes, the image element has no closing tag. So let's write down img and let's hit tab. Right now, you can see an image element appeared on my screen with two other things inside of it. And well, the orange things inside of it are called attributes. And attributes define additional characteristics of properties of the elements such as the source of the image, so src, the width, the height, and the alt. You might wonder why the width and height attribute is not automatically inserted in the image element, and that's because they are not required, but the source and the alt attributes are. What I want to do first is to start with the source, and then I want to continue on with all the other attributes on an image element. For images, I usually use a website called Unsplash. So let's go to the browser and let's write down unsplash.com. And I'm not sure if you have ever heard of the website, but it is basically a website that provides us with free images for commercial and non-commercial purposes. In the menu bar, let's click on wallpaper. Well, you don't need to pick the same image. So if you want to choose another one, just, click on it. Click on download free. And let's place it in our folder HTML tutorial. So let's do that. And let's open HTML tutorial. Putting the image inside the HTML tutorial folder was the first step. But what good coding habits are is just to, right click, click on new folder, and let's call it img. And what we want to do is to place our image inside the image folder. And the reason why I'm doing this is because, right now we're not working with many images or documents. But imagine that you're working with, let's say 40 images, which isn't that weird, 8 HTML files, and, 4 different style sheets. You could imagine that it will be a total mess if you don't separate all the files. What I actually want to do as well is to, go inside our image folder, and I want to rename it to something easier. So let's say banner. Let's go back to the code editor. And inside the source, we want to write down where the image is placed. And since we have placed it inside a folder called img, we also need to refer to that folder because our index.html is inside a different folder called HTML tutorials. So let me go back. You can see that the index.html is placed inside our root folder HTML tutorial, and we have a folder img where all images are placed. So in between the double quotes, let's write down img /, which means that we're going inside the folder, and then we need to write down the name of the image, and remember that we called it banner. So let's save it. Let's open the browser. We don't need Unsplash anymore. Let's refresh it. And you won't see the image appear in the browser. And the reason why that is happening is that, we need to add the file extension to it. Right now, .html can actually find the image, but it doesn't know that it is an actual image. And as you can see on the sidebar, there is a folder called image that we just created. So let's open it. And you can see banner.jpg inside of it. So after banner in our source, let's write down punctuation mark JPG. So let's save it, refresh the browser, and you can see that the image just appeared on our screen. The next attribute is the alt attribute. And this is a required attribute because it is used to specify the alternate text of an image. It is also pretty useful when the image is not displayed by any reason. So instead of showing nothing, a piece of text will be shown to the user. So in between the double quotes, let's write down, "This is my banner." Let's save it, refresh the browser, and you can see that the alt attribute will not be shown because right now the image is visible. So the source is overriding the alt. But let's write down a typo in the banner.jpg, save it, refresh the browser. You can see an image icon, and next to it you can see the alt attribute that we created. So this is my banner, just appeared next to the image icon. So the next attribute that I want to talk about is an attribute that is not required, and it's called the title attribute. And what this will do is it will provide additional information about the image. So after the ending double quotes of alt, let's hit space, write down title, set it equal to double quotes, and inside the double quotes, let's write down banner image. Save it. Well, let's remove our typo as well. Save it, refresh it, and if I hover or keep my mouse on it, you can see that a box appeared with banner image. So that's our title. So let's go back to the code editor, and after the double quotes of title, I want to talk about two more attributes, and that's the height. So let's write down height, set it equal to double quotes, and the width, and let's set that equal to double quotes as well. I actually do not recommend you to use the height and width right here, but you should use them in CSS instead. But for now, since we haven't used CSS, let's use it right here. And what these two attributes do is specifying the width and height of an image in pixels. So right after height, inside the double quotes, let's write down 50 pixels. And let's do the same for the width as well. Well, 50, not 58. Save it, refresh the browser. And well, you can see that the image is pretty small, so let's change it to 250. Save it and refresh the browser. And well, this looks way better. Another thing that I've actually forgot to show you is that you can use a source from an external source. So let's go back to Unsplash again. Let's click on an image. Instead of saving it, let's say that we want to open the image in a new tab. And right now you can see a source in our URL. So let's click on it, copy it. And instead of image-banner.jpg, let's paste it in right there. Save it. Let's go back to the browser. Let's refresh it. The image that we found from our external source, so image.nsplash.com, just appeared on our screen. But as you can see in my, code, it doesn't look that good. So I always recommend you to save the image, place it inside of a folder, and refer to the image. This was it for this episode, and in the next episode I want to talk about including our CSS in our HTML so we could style our elements. CSS is the most easiest programming language because I think it's, pretty similar to human language. Usually, CSS is written in a separate file with a .css extension. But there are actually multiple ways how you could add your CSS to your .html file. In between our body tags, let's write down h1, hit tab, and let's write down hello world in between. Save it, refresh the browser, and hello world just appeared on our screen. The first styling method that I want to show you is to go right above our head closing tag. Let's write down style and hit tab. We can style it right in between our style opening and closing tag. The way you style elements in CSS is by writing down the element name. So in our case, it's h1, space. then we need to write down an opening and closing curly bracket. If you open your curly bracket, the closing one will appear as well. So let's hit enter. And in between our opening and closing curly bracket, we need to define how we want to style the element. And there are lots of things that you actually can style or change. But right now, I want to keep it very simple and change the font size. In order to do that, we need to write down font dash size, colon, space. Now we need to define what the font size needs to be. And well, in our case, let's say 80 pixels. And every styling element needs to be close with a semicolon. So let's save it. Let's go back to the browser and let's refresh it. And well, you can see that the font size is quite big right now. So let's go back to our code editor. Let's change 80 to 60. And let's go one line below, because we can also define the color. And that's by writing down color, colon, and well, let's say blue. And we need to end it with a semicolon as well. So let's save it, refresh the browser, and the color of Hello World just turned blue. What we also can do is to change the background color. So let's go back to the code editor and right below color, let's write down background dash color, colon, and well, let's say red. Let's save it, refresh the browser, and right here, you can see that the background color just turned red, but there is a white space above and well on the right and on the left. And this is called margin. And margin is used to create space around elements outside the defined borders. And right now, the defined borders are where the background color stops. So, well, yeah, everything around it. Luckily, CSS lets you control your margins. So let's go back to the code editor. And below background color, let's write down margin, colon, and set it equal to 0. Save it, refresh the browser, and you can see that the, well, top of the color just disappeared. This was the first place where you could style elements. The next place is styling it right inside of the opening h1 tag. So inside our h1 tag, well, after the 1, let's write down style, set it equal to double quotes. And right here inside the double quotes, we can style our h1 tag. So what I want to do now is to text align everything in the center. And this is done by the method text-align, which is mostly used to center elements, but you could also place elements to the left and to the right. So if we want to place it in the center, we need to write down center. Let's save it, refresh the browser, and Hello World just appeared in the center. Let's go back and let's change it to right, because the default is the left. Save it, refresh it, and Hello World just appeared on the right hand side of our screen. If we look at our index.html right now, you will probably say that this will be alright to have it, well, like this, the styling and the HTML in one document. But imagine working on a complex web application and having all your CSS, HTML, and probably JavaScript in the same file. What we normally do is to create a new file with the .css extension, which has all the styling inside of it. And what we want to do then is to refer in our index.html to our style sheet. So let's go to the left hand side of our screen and let's right click on our folder and let's create a new file inside of it. And the name that we want to give it is style.css. And you need to add the .css extension, so be aware that you don't forget that. You can also have multiple style sheets inside your website, and that's how I usually work as well. I have a global style sheet, so the style.css. I have a min.css, which has all the media queries of small devices of it. And I usually work with the max.css, which has all the media queries of iPads and tablets and so on. Because like I said before, I don't like to work in one long file because, well, it will get pretty cluttered. Now that we have created our style sheet, let's go back to our index.html. Let's copy our h1 tag. Well, we can also remove our style text because we don't need it. And let's also remove the style inside the H1 element. Let's save it. Let's go to the style sheet and let's paste our H1 styling right here. And for the people that didn't follow my installing add-on and packages video, that's where we added a plugin that gives us the color behind the color that we're using. So let's save our style sheet as well. Let's go back to the browser and refresh it. And you can see that all our styling just has disappeared. Because what we're doing right now is, well, let's go to the style sheet. Well, we created a style sheet, but we're not referring to our style sheet and we're not saying that we want to use it, even though they are in the same folder. What we need to do in order for this to work is to link to it in our index.html. So right below our meta chart set, because we want to create a link that's not visible in the browser. So it needs to be in our head tag. Right below our meta chart set, we need to create an HTML element called link. And the link tag or element is a link between a document and an external resource. And our external resource is our style sheet. So let's write down less than link space rel, and we need to set it equal to double quotes. And inside the double quotes, we need to write down style sheet because, well, we're linking to our style sheet. So after the double quotes, we need to create another attribute, and this is the location of the style sheet. So let's write down href, which stands for hyperreference, set it equal to double quotes, and inside the double quotes, we need to write down the path. And in the previous episode, we created a folder where we placed our images. And if we go back to the same folder, you can see that our style sheet and index.html are in the same place in our root folder. And since it's in the same location, we only need to write down style.css. We also need to close it with a greater than sign, and we don't need a closing element tag. So let's save it. Let's go back to the browser and refresh it. And you can see that the styling just appeared on our screen. In our style.css, we can add a bunch of stylings. But before we do that, we need to create more elements inside our index.html because we don't have that much to style. So right below our h1 tag, let's write down p, hit tab for a paragraph, and let's write down this is a paragraph. Save it, refresh the browser, and this is a paragraph just appeared. Let's go back to the style sheet, and right below our closing curly bracket, let's write down p, space, opening and closing curly brackets, and let's hit enter. First, I want to change the background color. So let's write down color, colon, set it equal to, well, I actually don't want to use a name. I want to use an RGB value. So let's write down hashtag 666, semicolon. And you can see that 666 stands for gray. So let's save it, refresh the browser, and our text just turned gray. I want to set the font size equal to 20 pixels. And I want to text align our paragraph to the center. Well, let's copy it and paste it in our H1 as well. Let's save it, refresh the browser, and this is a paragraph just appeared in the center. The last thing that I want to show you is the inspect element in a browser. If you right click on our screen, and well, we have an option called inspect, so let's click on it. And the inspect element is a pre-installed function inside your browser, so you don't need to download or install an add-on. And what we can do right here is, well, basically see all the website elements that we have. And you can do this for any website that you want. Because if we go back to the website of Airbnb and we inspect their website, you can see all the code that they've written for their website. But we don't want to focus on this right now because it might look pretty difficult. So let's close it and let's focus on our own project. You can also see the styling of the elements by clicking on them. Well, we haven't styled our body, but we can click on H1 and you can see the font size color, background color, the margin and the text align because that's what we applied. And everything on user agent style sheet is the default styling that elements have. So let's click on our body element. Well, you can actually see that an orange border just appeared on our screen. And this is called margin. And you can see it on the right hand side of my screen as well. We have margin, we have a border, and we have padding, but well, we don't have padding right now. But if we add padding, the color is green. And whatever is blue is the element itself. So our body is 964 pixels multiplied by 112. But what I actually want to do is to style my body element because I don't like the border around of it. So let's go back to the code editor. And I like to work in a logical order. So I want my body tag to be at the top. And right here, let's write down margin, colon, so that's equal to 0. Let's save it. Refresh the browser. And if we look at our screen right now, the white border around the red background just disappeared because we set margin equal to 0. And this can be done for every element because our paragraph element has a default margin as well. So let's go back. And let's go back in our paragraph styling and let's write down margin and set it equal to 0. Save it, refresh the browser, and we have no margin around our paragraph tag. This was it for this episode. In the next episode, I want to talk about comments in HTML and CSS. For those who have programmed in other programming languages would know why you should add comments. And for the people that do not have a clue why you should actually add comments in your code, let me sum up some advantages for you. So first off, comments are basically text notes added to the program to provide explanation about the code that you're writing. And an advantage is that whenever you return to your code in, well, let's say 3, 6, or 12 months to see what you have done, comments can help you to remember what you did at a specific part of your application. It also helps others understanding your code. Right now, you're working on your own, but whenever you start working at a company, it is, well, pretty necessary to add comments because it will explain to others what you're doing. Because usually you will be working with a couple other people on one specific project. You could also add whatever you want as a comment as long as you're not violating the rules of commenting. The first thing that you need to do in order to create a comment is, well, go to the line where you want to add a comment. You need to write down a less than symbol, followed by an exclamation mark, and after the exclamation mark, you need to write down 2 hyphens. And you can see that the code after the opening comment turned gray. This happened because we have only created our opening comment, so everything after our opening comment just got commented out. We also need to close it, because right now, everything after our opening comment is commented out. So right after the hyphen, we need to write down space, followed by 2 hyphens, and a greater than symbol. Any content placed within the opening and closing tags will be created as comment and will be completely ignored by the browser. So let's write down in between the opening and closing tag. This is my header. Let's save it. Let's go to the browser and let's refresh it. And comments are not visible in the browser, so therefore you're not seeing anything right now. But what we can do is to go, well, right below our "this is my header" comment, and let's create an H1 tag, and let's write down header. Save it, refresh the browser, and, well, header just appeared on the screen. In other programming languages, there are 2 types of comments. A one-line comment, so what we're basically doing right now, because we're only commenting on line 9, and there's a multi-line comment. In HTML5, there is no multi-line comment. So let's say that we want to comment out our H1. We basically need to copy it, and we need to place it right after the closing H1. And now you can see that H1 is gray as well, and it's commented out. So let's save it, refresh the browser, and the H1 just disappeared. What we did right now is commenting in HTML. The advantage of using comments in CSS are pretty similar to adding comments in HTML. So let's open our style sheet. And well, from the previous episode, we have our H1 and our paragraph. What I usually do is to go right above the code of a specific section of the page, and I will add a comment with the name of that specific section in between. The syntax of a comment is pretty straightforward. All we need to do is write down /, followed by an asterisk, so a star. And right now, we created an opening comment in CSS. And just like the HTML, the color of the text after the opening comment just turned gray, because we need to close it as well. And in order to close it, well, you have probably guessed it, we need to write down an asterisk, so a star, followed by a /. You can see that the color came back of our H1 and paragraph styling. And right now, we're just commenting on one specific line. So in between our opening and closing comment, we can write down what section of the course we're styling right here. And since we're dealing with an H1 and a paragraph element, let's write down heading elements. So let's save it. Let's go to the browser, and well, nothing's happening because we're adding a comment. But if we go to our index.html, well, let's create an image. And let's open the one of the previous episodes. So it's in the folder img /banner.jpg. And let's set the width and height equal to 100. So let's save it, refresh the browser, and the image just appeared. So let's remove the comment. Well, let's place it above. Save it, go to our style sheet. And what we can do now is to copy our comment, and right below our paragraph, we can say image elements. And we can style our image. So, well, we can actually remove the width and the height in our HTML. Save it. And in our styling, we can say that the width is equal to 100 pixels and the height is equal to 100 pixels. Save it, refresh the browser, and the output is exactly what we want. This was it for this episode. In the next episode, I want to talk about colors in CSS, and specifically about the RGB color. It is pretty important to talk about RGB values because almost every well-known application is compatible with RGB. RGB stands for red, green, and blue, and let me add that as a comment. RGB is red, green, and blue. You might probably remember the televisions from back in the days that had black and white dots. Well, these televisions were using RGB values. Because if you mix red, green, and blue together with the highest intensity, you will get white. And if you mix them with their lowest intensity, you will get black. We will be using hexadecimals, which also can be referred to as hex codes. A hex code is used by humans to sort binary to a more easy understandable form. So there are 16 hexadecimal digits. So let me add a new line of comment. So there are 16 hexadecimal digits. So let me add it as a comment. Oh, well, 16 of course. And they are the same as the decimal digits up to 9. So let's say 0 to 9. And instead of having 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, we will be using letters. So A, B, C, D, E, and F. You also need to remember that, well, if you want the color black, you need to have 6 zeros. And if you want to have white, you need to have 6 Fs. As you probably have seen in the previous episode, we use a hashtag in front of a color code. And this basically means that the number is formatted in a hexadecimal format. In our index.html, well, at least in mine, I have a h2 tag. And let's go back to our styling. Now let's style our h2 tag. So let's say color, colon, hashtag. And like I said, if we use 6 Fs, so let's write that down, save it, go back to the browser, and if we refresh it, the header color is white. And if we change it to 6 zeros, save it, refresh it, the color is black. So you can see that I used 6 zeros. And in order to create an RGB value, we have two sets of 3 zeros. The first 2 zeros represent the amount of red in the color. The second 2 zeros represent the amount of green in the color. And the last 2 represent the amount of blue in the color. Therefore, the name RGB. So let me add a new comment. And let's say hashtag 00, 2 spaces, 0000. And the first one is red. Well, let me add more comments. The second one is green. And the last one is blue. Now, like I said that the first 2 numbers are red, let's replace them with F, which is the maximum. So save it, and you can see that the color is just turned red. Let's refresh the browser, and the output is header in red. So let's say that we want to go, well, lower in intensity, and let's write down AA. Wait for a second, save it, refresh the browser, and you can see that the color is still red, but it's, well, a little bit more darker. Because like I said, 00 is black, FF is bright. So let's remove the 2 A's, and let's change the middle 2 to FF as well. Save it, and the output is green, and it's, well, pretty clear. But if we change it to, let's say, 99, save it, refresh the browser, we have a dark green color. And we can change the last 2 as well. So let's change that to FF, save it, refresh the browser. And you can see that the color of the highest is the same as the keyword blue or green or red. The reason why I'm showing you how color codes work is because when you use the name of the color, so red, green, and blue, you will be limited to 140 colors. And if you use hex color values, you will have a choice of, well, almost 17 million colors. And to show you how many colors there actually are, I have a website that I usually use. So let's go to the browser. Let's write down color-hex.com. And, well, these are all the colors, but you can also search for colors. So let's write down blue. Let's scroll down a little bit, and you can see all the different colors of blue that you can use. If you take a good look at all the colors, you can see that the last 2 letters are always equal to double F. And, well, if we go up and search for red, you can see all the different colors of red. And the first 2 values always start with F, but they all look, well, slightly different. And what I usually do is, well, I use a website like ColorHex. I'll just click on it, and I'll copy the hex color, and I'll paste it inside my styling. So let's save it. Let's go back to our website and refresh it, and the color is more purple than red, actually. This was it for this episode, and in the next episode, I want to talk about classes and IDs. Classes and IDs helps us to target a specific HTML element inside our page. And in the previous episodes, we created basic elements such as h1, h2, h3, and the paragraph. But using these elements alone will usually do the job. But these tags without attributes do not cover every possible type of page element of layout choice. The problem with only using the h1 opening and closing tag and styling it while writing our CSS is that every h2 element that we will create will have the same styling, and usually that's not what we want. So, well, let's copy paste our h2 and let's go back to our styling and let's style our h2 and let's say color is equal to blue. If we save it and refresh the browser, well, we need to save our index as well. Refresh it. The color of both elements are blue. If we want an element to have a specific styling, we should use the element name inside our CSS. But what if we want to target one specific element out of the multiple h2 tags or paragraph tags that you can create? What we can do in order for this to work is to add an ID or class to one of these elements. But before I do that, let me create a comment at the bottom. Because in this episode, I want to add some comments about the most important stuff that I will say, since working with classes and IDs is, well, pretty important. So there are a couple differences between classes and IDs. First off, I want to start off with IDs. Inside the h2 element that we have, we need to create a new attribute with the name ID. So right after the 2, let's hit space, write down ID. We need to set it equal to double quotes. And inside the double quotes, we need to give our h2 a name. And what eventually our goal is to use the name that we're putting in between the quotes to style it inside our CSS. But before we continue on, let me talk a little bit more about how you should use IDs. So an ID is a unique identifier, which means that each element can have only one ID. So you cannot add another attribute ID with a different name. Each element can have only one ID. And what I mean with this is that you cannot add the same ID name to, well, let's say the second header. It will actually work, but the problem is that your code will not pass validation if you use the same ID on more than one element. So let me add that as a comment as well, that each page can have only one element with that specific ID. Let's give our ID a name. So let's say my header, save it, refresh it, and you can see that nothing's happening because we need to style it. So let's go to our style sheet and let's remove our h2 styling. And the way you style an ID selector is writing down hashtag followed by the ID name that we gave, well, right inside of our attribute. So my header, followed by a set of curly brackets. With using the hashtag, we're basically saying to our CSS that we're referring to an ID inside our index.html. Also, if you take, well, a look at the color, because my header just turned blue, and if you go to our index.html, you can see that ID is blue as well. What we want to do for our styling is to style the color to green. So let's save it, refresh the browser, and you can see that the first header has a color of green. What we can do now is to add a padding. So let's say 20 pixels, save it, refresh it, and you can see that the styling is only appearing on the first one because we're only styling my header. Now, if we go back to our index.html, I want to focus on classes. And a fun thing about classes is that you can use the same class on multiple elements. So let me add it as a comment as well. Classes, you can use the same class on multiple elements. Typing and talking is pretty difficult, so excuse me if some of these parts takes a little bit longer. Right now, we don't need our second h2, so let's remove it. Let's create a paragraph tag with this is my paragraph in between. The way you create a class is pretty much the same as what you do with an ID, but instead of writing ID, we need to write down class. And we also need to set it equal to a set of double quotes. We also need to give it a name, And the name that I want to give it is my paragraph. And what we can do is copy and paste our paragraph tag, well, 3 times. Save it. And we do not need to replace our class name because you can have multiple tags with the same class. What I want to do is to go to my style sheet, and right below my header, we need to style our class. And the way you style a class is by writing down a punctuation mark followed with the class name. And in our case, it's my paragraph, followed by a space and a set of curly brackets. And just like the ID, you can see that the color is the same as the attribute in the element. And the styling works pretty much the same. So let's add some styling. So let's say that the color is equal to 666,666. The font size is 20 pixels. We have a margin of 0. And we want to text align everything in the center. So let's save it. Refresh the browser. And you can see that the styling has applied to all the paragraph tags, and our code will actually pass the validation because we can use our class name on multiple elements. And that's what we're doing, because we have a my paragraph class that we're using on a total of 3 paragraphs. We can also use our class, well, on our H2. So let's copy it and let's remove the ID. Let's save it. Refresh the browser. And you can see that the styling appeared on the header as well, because like I said, we can use it on multiple elements. Another fun thing that you can do with classes is to add more than one class. So let's go back to our code editor and let's go back to the ID for our H2. What we want to do is to make the middle paragraph tag bold. And the way you do that is to go right after the first class name. We need to hit space and write down the second class name. And since I want to make it more bold, and since I want to make the second one bigger, let's write down big. Let's save it, go back to our style sheet, and right below my paragraph, we can write down punctuation mark big, set of curly brackets, and let's say the font weight needs to be equal to bold. So let's save it, refresh the browser, and you can see that, well, even though we're using big as a class name, we're also using my paragraph. So the middle paragraph take all the styling from my paragraph and it will add more styling to it. So it will take the styling of big as well. This was it for this episode. But before I end the video, I want to sum up the biggest differences, since it is, well, pretty essential to know the differences. I recommend you to use the ID attribute when you have a single element on the page that will take the style, because the ID is unique. I recommend you to use a class when you want to consistently style multiple elements throughout the page. A good way to remember this is that a class is a type of item and the ID is the unique name of an item. In the next episode, I want to talk about how to use all font properties in CSS. You might wonder why I'm making a separate video on fonts, and the reason why I'm doing this is because texts are the major source of information on a website. And if you will be creating a website in the future for a client, typography is a very important subject because it is all about adjusting the text within the design while creating powerful content. Using the right font properties attracts readers and it will hold the audience's attention. So in our index.html, we have a h2 tag. So let's go to our style sheet and let's write down h2. And the font property is a shorthand of 7 different font styles. And I want to go through them all to show you how you can change them up. And the first one is the font -style. And there are different values that you can give to the font size. So let me add a comment. Font size. So you have absolute keywords, which is small, medium, or large, and it's all in lowercase. So let's test it out. Right after a font style, let's write down small. save it, refresh the browser. Well, it's the font size actually, excuse me. Let's refresh the browser, and well, header just turned small. We have medium, which is a little bit bigger, and we have large. The second one is relative keywords, so let's write that down. And these are parent elements of small and large. So the values are larger and smaller. So let's replace large with larger. It's a little bit bigger, and you have smaller as well. You can also use percentage values. So the third one is percentage. And let's say that we want it to be 100%. Refresh it, and that's, well, default. But we can also say that it has to be 200, which is double. We also have the EM unit. The EM unit is equal to the computed font size for the element to which the EM is applied. And when EM units are declared on child elements that don't have font size defined, you will inherit the font size. So right now, if we, well, let's say 1EM, save it, refresh it, and this is the default value. But let's go above our H2, and let's create an HTML tag. And let's say that the font size is 80 pixels. So let's save it, refresh the browser, and you can see that H2 is a child of HTML, so the font size of the HTML is the same as the H2. But what we can do is to say, well, we want our H2 to be 0.5, so 40 pixels. Save it, refresh it, and this looks better. But we can also say that it needs to be 1.5, which is equal to 120 pixels, because 1 is 80 and a half is 40. Save it, refresh it, and well, this is pretty big. So let's change the font size in our HTML to 16, save it, and this is way better. The next font property is the font variant, and this property allows you to change the target text to small caps. So let's write down font-variant. The default is normal, so let's save it and refresh the browser, and you can see that nothing's happening. But we can also write down small caps. Save it, refresh the browser, and well, we have small capital letters. And we can also set it to initial. This is pretty much the property's default value. So let's save it, refresh it, and this is what it actually was. The next property is the font weight. And the name pretty much implies what it means. It will set the boldness of the font, and by default the font is normal. But we can also set it equal to bold. So let's save it, refresh it. Well, it is already bold, so let's set it equal to normal. And well, this is normal. But instead of using keywords, I like to use values. And you can use the values 100 to 900. And these are supposed to give 9 different weights, from very light to very bold. So let's change normal to 100, save it, refresh the browser, and that's basically what normal is. But we can set it equal to 700, which is equal to bold, and we can set it equal to 400, which is the default. The next property is the font style. And if you have ever worked with Microsoft Word, what I'm guessing you have, this might be pretty familiar to you. So by default, the font style is equal to normal, but you can change it up to italic. Save it, refresh the browser, and well, all the letters are italic. We can change it to oblique. Save it, refresh the browser, and this is pretty much the same as italic. And we can set it equal to initial, which is the default value. The last property is the font family. So let's write it down. And this property specifies the font for an element. you can add more than one font family as a fallback system in case a browser does not support the first font. So I have a link. Let me copy it and let's paste it in the browser. It's W3 Schools, and these are web-safe fonts. So let's scroll down a little bit. And these are all the fonts that every browser can use. So let's say that we want to copy, let's say this one. Copy it and paste it in the font family. Let's save it. Let's go back to the browser. Let's refresh it. And you can see that the font just changed. And well, this is already way better than what we had. But this is not what I like to do when I'm working on a website. What I like to do is to import fonts from Google Fonts. So let's go to a new website called fonts, google.com. There is a list of almost 1,000 fonts that you can import inside your index.html file. I like to use these fonts way more than using the web-safe font. And the way you add it is to click on the name, and you can see all the font styles that you can use. And what we want to do is to click on the plus icon, and you can see that a little pop-up just appeared on our screen. So let's click on it. If you click on customize, you can choose the font weight that you want to have. Right now, I want to focus on regular. So let's go back to embed. Let's copy the link and we can paste it inside our index.html right below the first link that we created. So let's save it. Let's go back to the browser. And what we need to do now is to copy our font family and paste it right inside of our CSS. Well, we can replace it. Let's save it. Let's go back to our project. Let's refresh it. And right now, we have added a font from an external style sheet because we're linking in our index.html with our link tag, which is using an external resource on a website. This was it for this episode, and in the next episode, I want to talk about creating subpages in HTML. What we've done so far was working in our index.html file, which is the front page. What we actually want to do is to have more pages on a specific domain. As you can see on the left-hand side of my screen, we have our root folder called HTML tutorial. We have an image folder inside of it. We have an index.html and a style sheet. Whenever we're done with our work and we want to upload a file to the server, we always need to have an index.html because that's the file the server will always look for first. Whenever it comes to subpages, we can call these whatever we want. Of course, you want to name the page something that is related to the content on that specific page. There are a couple guidelines that you need to follow. So what we can do is to create a new file. Let's save it. And usually what you don't want to do is to add capitals inside the name. Let's say that we want to create an About Us page. You don't want to call it about.html with a capital. You also don't want to add any weird symbols or anything that can mess up the file name. So you don't want to name it about $2. But instead, let's just create an about.html file. Let's save it. And if we go back to the browser and if we look in the URL, we can actually change the index.html part to about.html. Let's hit enter. And well, right now our about.html file is empty. So let's go back to the code editor. Let's copy everything in our index.html. Let's paste it in our about page. And let's change the title to About Us. And in between the H2 tags, let's change header to about as well. So let's save it, refresh the browser, and we created a subpage on our website. This was it for this episode. I know that it was a pretty short one, but in the next episode, I want to talk about how we can create links inside HTML. So we can make the about a clickable link, so whenever we click on it, we will be redirected to the about page. I want to show you how we could create internal links, how we can link pages together, and how we can create links within the same page. In the previous episode, we created a new page called about.html, and the way we navigated to the page was changing the URL manually to about. The reason why it is pretty important to have links on your website is pretty straightforward. Later on, we will be creating a navigation with links because we don't want users to change the URL, which they actually won't be doing as well. Now, in our index.html, I want to create a link that links to the About page. And the way we do this is by using a new HTML element called an anchor element. And an anchor element is used to define the beginning and the end of an hypertext link. So right below my h2 tag, we need to write down less than, the letter A, greater than, followed by a space, and we need to close it by writing down less than, /A, greater than. Just like the image element, an anchor element needs to have a destination address so that the document knows where to go. And this can be a link to your own domain, other pages, or even other files like PDF or text documents. The opening anchor element has an attribute called href. And href stands for hypertext reference. So let's go right inside of our href opening. Let's hit space, write down the letter A, followed by a ref, and we need to set it equal to double quotes. And even if I go, one line below, write down the letter A and hit tab, you can see that the href is automatically created, just like the image, which has a source which will be automatically created. And this means that these fields are required. So let me remove the second one. So in between the double quotes, we need to define the target address of the document. Right now, we want to be redirected to the About page. So in between the double quotes, we need to write down About and the extension, which is !HTML. If we save it and we refresh the browser, you can see that nothing is created. And the reason why this is happening is because we need to define a piece of text in between our opening and closing tag. And this will also be known as the anchor text. The anchor text will be visible and clickable for the user. And since we want to redirect the user to the About page, let's write down About. So let's save it, refresh the browser, and you can see that the link is created, and if we click on it, we will be redirected to our About page. The only way we can go back is by clicking on the back button, but that's not what we want. So let's go back to our code editor, let's copy the href, and let's go to our about.html, place it right below our h2, and let's change about.html in our href to index.html, and in between the elements, let's write down home. So let's save it, refresh the browser, and the About page has a home page. And if we click on it, we will be redirected to the home page. We can also change the location of our file. So let's go back to our root folder. And let's create a new folder called Pages. And let's paste our about.html page in our Pages folder. And what we need to do now is to go back to our code editor. In our index.html, we need to change the path. Right before about.html, we need to write down the folder, so pages followed by a / and the about.html. So let's save it, go back to the browser, let's refresh it, let's click on the About button, and we have been redirected to pages / about.html. What we have done until this point was opening our internal pages. What I want to show you right now is how we could access external pages. So let's open a new browser. Let's write down netflix.com. Let's copy the URL. Let's go back to our index.html. And instead of writing down pages / about.html, we need to paste our external link. And we can even change the text in between to Netflix. Let's save it. Let's close the Netflix in the browser. Let's go back to our home page. And if we click on the Netflix button, you can see that we have been redirected to the Netflix page. But there's a problem, and the problem is that what we're doing right now, well, imagine that you have your own website and you have an external link on it, and well, let's say that the user clicks on it. The problem will be that the user will be leaving your website and he or she will be entering a new one. And from the point of view of a seller, this is not what you want because you will be losing customers. And to prevent this, we can use an attribute called target. So let's go back to our code editor, and right after the href, hit space. We need to write down target, and we need to set it equal to double quotes. And the target attribute specifies how the destination page of the document in the href should be opened. And there are 4 attributes that you can add. So let me add a comment so I can write them down for you. So the first one is underscore blank. And this means that you're opening a new window. So let's write it in our attribute, underscore blank. Let's save it. Let's go back to the browser. Let's refresh it, and let's click on the link. And you can see that we just created a new browser link, and we can still go back to, well, our file. The second one is self, so underscore self. And this opens in the same window, which is pretty much the default. So let me write that down. Let's change underscore blank to underscore self. Save it, refresh the browser, and let's click on Netflix again. And you can see that the page is changing to Netflix. The third one is parent, so underscore parent. And this opens the linked document in a parent frame. And this is nothing that special, so let's write down parent, save it, let's go back, refresh the browser, let's click on Netflix, and it's pretty much the same as parent. And well, the last one is underscore top, and this opens the linked document in the full body of the window. Let's save it, underscore top in the target attribute, save it, and well, I refreshed the wrong page, but let's refresh it, click on Netflix, and this is pretty much the same as well. The last thing that I want to show you is how you could navigate on the same page. And in order for us to do this, we need to copy our h2 tag and paste it a couple times. And right below our h2 tag, let's create a new tag called, well, h3, and let's say navigate to this part. If we want to navigate to a specific part of a website, we need to give an element an ID or a class. So let's start off by giving our h3 element an ID, and let's set it equal to go-to. And in our anchor, let's remove the Netflix link. And just like what we did in CSS with IDs, we need to write down hashtag followed by the name. So let's say go-to. Let's save it, and well, let's change the text in between to navigate on this page. Save it, go back to the browser, refresh it, and you can see that we cannot see the h3 element, and that's good. So let's click on navigate on this page, and we are navigated to, well, the bottom of this page. But what we can do is to add a couple h2s right after our h3. Save it, refresh the browser. Well, we need to add a couple more above as well. Right now, we need to click on navigate, and we have been redirected to, well, the h3. This was it for this episode, and in the next episode, I want to style our anchor element. But in addition, I also want to focus on different styling depending on the state of the link. Links are the most basic interactive components between a user and a web page. Using nice CSS link style and hover effects will help to communicate to a user in a visual and meaningful way. In my index.html, you can see that I have an anchor link with link in between it. And what I want to do in this episode is to make the link more attractive for users to click on it. Because if we go to the browser, you can see that the default link is pretty old school and you cannot use them on your own. You cannot use them on a website these days because they look, well, pretty old school. Now if we go back to the text editor and we go to our style sheet, we can style our link by writing down a, space, opening and closing curly brackets, and in between we can style it. By default, links have underlines, and in order to remove this, we need to use a property called text-decoration. This property has 4 possible values. The first one is underline, which is the default one. We have overline, we have line true, and we have none. And I want to test them all out, so the default is underline. Let's save it, refresh the browser. Let's change it with overline. And the line is now above the link. Let's change it to line true, which is, well, something I have actually never used before. And, well, let's say none, because that's what I always use. It really depends on the rest of your code what you want to do with your link. If I'm using a link without any text around it, like what we're doing right now, I usually set it equal to none. But whenever I'm using a word for a link inside a paragraph, I usually use the underline. So well, let me show you what I mean by that. So let's write down lorem. So we get a text. Let's copy our href and let's paste it somewhere in between. Let's save it, refresh the browser, and well, you have to look for the link right now. But what I do whenever I have a link in between a piece of text, I actually set the text decoration equal to underline. So right now it's easier for people to see that, well, this is actually a link. But for now, we don't need it. So let's remove it. And let's remove the text. Because I want to set a font size. So let's go back to our style sheet, write down font-size. And let's say 20 pixels. And whenever I'm working on links that look like a button, I want to set the text transform to uppercase. Save it, refresh the browser, and well, this looks already better. It is also possible to add a background color to the link. So let's go one line below. Let's write down background-color, and let's say red. Well, actually, let's change it, and let's say it equal to black. Let's save it, refresh the browser. Well, you can see the text, but well, we want to change the color of our font to white. Save it, refresh it. This already looks better, but you can see that there is no white space around the text. And this can be done with adding padding. So let's go back. Let's write down padding, and let's say 8 pixels. Which basically means that we're adding 8 pixels at the top, right, bottom, and left. Save it, refresh the browser, and this already looks better. But we want to add more padding to the left and the right. So what we can do is go right after 8 pixels, hit space, and write down 16 pixels. Which basically means that the top of the bottom have 8 pixels, and the left and the right have 16. So let's save it. Refresh the browser. This looks more like a clickable element right now. But in order to make it more effective, we can add something which is called hover. And you're not adding it as a property, but what you want to do, write down a, colon, hover, and followed by a set of curly brackets. And the hover selector is used to select elements when your mouse hovers over them. And you can add the hover selector on more than only links. So you can even add it on boxes inside your HTML, which I will be discussing in the next episode. So what we can say that whenever a button is hovered, change the background color to white. Let's save it, refresh it, and right now, well, our button disappeared. So we need to change the color of the font to black, save it, refresh it, and this looks good. But we want to add a border. So let's add a border of 1 pixel thick. It needs to be solid, and we want the color black. Save it, refresh the browser, and this is what we want. And if we change it to, well, let's say 4 pixels, you can see that the border is, well, thicker than 1. But I want to keep it as 1 pixels. What I like to do whenever I'm working with hovered buttons is to add a transition. And this is a property that allows elements to change value over a specified duration. So right after our border, let's write down transition. And we need to set the time of the transition. And let's say that I want to load the transition after 0.25 seconds. And then we need to specify how we want it to look, so how it will transition. And I like to use the property ease-in. Save it, refresh the browser, and if we hover on it, you can see that there is a delay of 0.25 seconds before the hover styling appears. But if we set it, well, let's say to 2.25 seconds, refresh it, and you can see that, well, it takes a pretty long time, and that's not what you want. So I try to use something around 0.25 and 0.75. This was it for this episode, and in the next episode, I want to talk about the box models in HTML. If you do enjoy my content and you want to see more, leave this video a thumbs up, and if you're new to this channel, please hit that subscribe button. As you might know, most web pages look pretty different from one another, but they all have the same standard components inside of it. And we already have talked about the doc type, the head element, the body tag, and the HTML element. But what I want to focus on in this episode is more the layout structure in the body tag. If we go to the browser and we go to the website of Netflix, you can see a background image that they are using, but the background image has content inside of it, which can also be seen as a box. If we inspect the page, you can get a more clear view about the structure, because if we hover over the elements, you can see that they have, well, one big box, which is the whole container, but they have a small box inside of it, which is the actual content. And if we scroll down to other box, which is also a div or a section, you can see, well, on the left hand side there is content, and on the right hand side there is an image. And these can also be seen as boxes. So this is a box, and the image is a box. All the other sections are boxes as well. But if we scroll down to the footer, there is one big footer with, well, small boxes again inside of it with links. So let me go out of the inspect element. So this is a box, this is a box, this is a box, and this is a box. Well, let's click on jobs to see how other pages of Netflix look like. Right now we are redirected to a new page, and right here we can inspect the page as well. So if you look at the structure again, you have a main element, which is, well, pretty much everything on the website, except for the footer. There is a section inside of it, which is a box, and the box has a header, so the logo and all the links. And there is a small box below of it, which contains the H1 and an input field. And if we scroll down, you can see, well, another box, which in our case is a section. And on the left hand side you have text and the button, and on the right hand side you can see an image. And, well, the rest is pretty much the same, and these are 3 boxes instead of 2. Below our closing main element there is a footer, which consists of all the elements in the footer. So they have 2 boxes. The left hand side is the image, and the right hand side is, well, the links and the social links. Now, if we go back to our code editor, I want to set up the same exact structure as the Netflix website. And first off, we need to create our header opening and closing elements inside our body. So let's write down header, hit tab, and let's hit space. Everything in the header is basically the navigation. So let me go back to the browser, go back. So the image and the button. But right now I just want to write down this is my navigation. Now what we used to do is to create an H1 element in our body like this, well, some content inside of it, so header 1, and we would leave it as it is. What I want to do from now is to wrap them inside of a box, and this box is called a section or a div. And these elements are nothing more than a container, so let's copy it. Let's write down section, hit tab, in between it, let's paste our H1. And the same thing can be done for a div, which is pretty much the same, but it has no actual meaning. And for Google, a section actually has a meaning. So let's paste it down. And the output is actually exactly the same. But for now, I want to focus on the section first. So let's remove our div. And if we go back to the browser, you can see that this is a section. So let's copy, well, unlimited films, TV programs, and more. And let's replace it with header 1. Now if we scroll down on the website, they have another section. So let's create the section tags again. Inside the section, they have 2 boxes. And boxes can be defined with the element called article. And the article element specifies independent self-contained content. So in our section, let's write down article, hit tab. And right here, we can write some text. So let's say text and image, because that's basically what they have on their website. I won't be doing all the boxes because, well, everything looks pretty much the same, but they are the opposite of each other. But I actually do want to focus on the footer. Right below our closing section, let's create footer tags. And in between, let's write down, this is my footer. Now if we save it and go back to the browser and refresh it, let's inspect our page. And let's open our body tag. And right here, you can see the structure of our document. So we have our body tag, which is all the content. We have a header inside of it. And we have 2 sections. So this is the landing page. The second one is the second set of content. And we have our footer. This was it for today's episode. As we continue on, I will teach you more and more about elements that can be placed in between these structure elements. Since this is a basic structure that you will use all the time, I will also be showing you what a div element is because these are the most used elements in HTML. And in the next episode, I want to teach you how you could create a menu in CSS and HTML. Since we've created our document structure and talked about most of the beginning topics, I want to start creating a working portfolio page. As you can see on my screen, this is the navigation that we will be creating today. If we look around on the web, so let's say that we go to Airbnb.com, you probably have seen that most of web developers use the same structure for the navigation. So the logo is almost always on the left-hand side, and the links are always on the right-hand side. And that's kind of what I want to do today. So let's go back to our code editor, and let me zoom in. So the first thing that we need to do is to create header tags inside our body. The first thing that we need to create is a nav element. And the nav element is basically where the links should be placed in. So let's write down nav, N-A-V, hit tab, hit enter. We also want to give our nav a class, and let's go inside the element, let's create a class, and let's call it nav-container. This could be done easier, and the way we can make it easier is by writing down nav, punctuation mark, followed by the class name. So let's say nav-container, and let's hit tab, and you can see that the nav is created with a class inside of it. Now inside our nav, we want to use a new element called an unordered list. Well, you don't need to write down unordered list. You can use a shortcut, which is UL. Let's hit tab. Let's hit enter again. And an unordered list is basically a list of items with bullet points. We can also use an ordered list, and that can be created by writing down OL. And this is basically numbers. So whenever we use UL, so an unordered list, we will use bullet points. And whenever we use an ordered list, we will get the numbers 1 until, well, the amount of items you have inside your unordered list. Every unordered list has list items inside of it. So let's write down LI, which stands for list items. Let's hit tab. What we want is, well, let's write down some text. So let's say home. Let's save it. Let's go back to the browser. Let's refresh it. And you can see that the home button isn't clickable right now. So what we need to do is to put our home text inside an anchor element. So let's write down A. Hit tab. So in between the text, let's write down home. And in the hyperlink reference, let's write down index, punctuation mark, HTML. So let's save it, refresh the browser, and you can see that we just created a clickable link. Now, what we can do is write everything out right now, but let's just copy paste our list item and change the text. So we need one more for the about page. And the href is about. We need another one for our portfolio page. And the last one that we need is our contact page. So let's create that one as well. Now let's save it, refresh the browser, and this is what we want. Well, we actually want to add a logo. So let's go to the browser and let's go to pixabay.com. And let's just search for our logo. And you can use it whatever you want, but I will scroll down and I will actually use the red circle. So let's save it. Well, I'm not a robot. Click on download again. And let's go back to our HTML tutorial folder. Let's go inside our image folder and let's, well, paste our image right here. We actually want to make the name easier. So let's say logo website. So right now we need to go back to our code editor, and right above our nav we need to create an image with the source that is in the image folder and the name logo website, and it is an PNG. So let's save it. Let's go back to the browser, refresh it, and it's not showing the image. Well, that's because we don't need the /. Save it, refresh it, and this is what we want for now. Well, let's start styling it actually. So let's go back to our style sheet. Well, the first thing that I want to do is to set the HTML styling to the width 100%, the height 100%, and I want to set the font family equal to Montserrat. And let's copy it because we need to do the same thing for our body, but we don't need the font family. And let's change HTML to body. So let's go back to the browser, refresh it, and you won't see anything right now because we need to style our header right now because all the content is placed inside the header elements. So let's say header, and let's give it a height of 60 pixels, and let's give it a background color of F0, F0, F0. Save it, refresh the browser, and that's kind of what we want. We want to make the image smaller, so let's say header image because our image is placed inside the header, and let's set the width to 40 pixels. Save it, refresh the browser, and well, that's alright for now. What you can see right now is that everything will be printed right below each other. But what we want is to push our list items, so all the links, to the right hand side of our screen. So let's go back to the code editor. And below header, well, let me add a comment here so it stays at the bottom. What we want to do right here is to style our class of our navigation, which is punctuation mark nav hyphen container. The way we let our navigation float to the right is by saying float, right. Now if we inspect our page, you can see that there is a margin in our body, which is a default of 8 pixels. So let's go back to our body tag. Let's set margin equal to 0. Save it, refresh the browser, and this looks good. The next thing that I want to style are the list items. So let's go back to the code editor, right below our nav container. So we need to write down punctuation mark nav container. So we want to style our list items, and these are placed in an unordered list, and we want to style the list items. And what we actually want to say is display inline block, which places the elements next to each other, like this. Well, you can see that if we inspect our element and we go to our unordered list, there is a margin at the top and the bottom. So let's go back to our code editor. Let's copy our unordered list item styling. Let's place it right above. Let's remove the list item inside of it. And let's set the margin equal to 0. Save it, refresh the browser, and that looks good. We also want to style our anchor elements because they are blue right now. So let's copy it again, paste it, and after our list items, we want to go inside our anchors. And what we want to do right here is to set the color equal to 0000000, which is black. And we want to set the text decoration because we want to remove the underline to none. Let's save it, refresh the browser, and this looks better. We also want to place the elements in the middle, and the way you do that is by setting the position equal to relative. And since our height of our header is 60 pixels, it doesn't mean that the middle is 30 pixels because, divided by 2, it's 30. What we can do is to add a styling called top, and let's set it to 30 pixels first. So let's save it, refresh it, and you can see that this is definitely not the middle of the screen. And what I like to do is to align my elements at the bottom of my header. So let's go back to our code editor, and let's set the top equal to 44 pixels, save it, refresh it, and you can see that, the bottom of my links are on the line of the header. And what we can do right now is to split 44 by 2, which is 22. So let's test it out. And you can see that the elements are in the middle right now. Now, we also want to align the last item, so contact, away from the, right-hand side of the screen, because there's no white space. So what we can do is, we have our top, but we can also say right. And what we want to do from the right is, 120 pixels from the right. So let's save it, refresh it, and this looks better. But we also want to create space around our elements because they are aligned next to each other. So let's go back to our code editor, and let's say that the margin is equal to 0 pixels top, 0 right, 0 bottom, but we want 20 pixels to the left. Save it, refresh the browser, and this looks good. Let's also add a hover on the buttons or the anchors. So what we can do is to copy our nav container, paste it, and right after the A, let's hit hover. And we can actually remove everything besides of the color. And let's set the color equal to, something like the background color, but I don't want it to be the same color. So let's say 666, 666. And we also want to have a transition because we want it to transition slowly and change from color. And it needs to be 0.25 seconds and it needs to ease in. Save it, refresh the browser, and this is what we want. What we actually can do is to add an active class on the page that we are. So let me show you what I mean by that. Let's go back to our index.html. And right now, we are on our home page. So let's go in our list item styling. Let's hit space, write down class, and set it equal to active. Save it, go back to our style sheet, and let's say punctuation mark active, curly brackets, and we want to add a border bottom of 1 pixel solid and 00000 is the color. So let's save it, refresh the browser, and well, this is not what we want because I think I made a mistake. Well, the active class needs to be in our anchor. So let's copy it, paste it in our anchor, save it, refresh the browser, and this is actually what we want. You can see that the border bottom is pretty close to the text. So let's go back to our style sheet. And in our nav container ULLIA, let's add a padding because we want to add padding to the bottom so there is a little bit more space in between. And we want it to be a little bit longer. So let's say top is 0 pixels, 4 pixels right, 6 pixels bottom, and 4 pixels right again. So let's save it, refresh the browser, and this looks better. We also want to change the position of our image. So let's go back to the top, to header image. Let's set the position equal to relative as well. But instead of saying right 120 pixels, we want to set the left equal to 120 pixels. So let's save it, refresh the browser, and this looks, well, pretty good. Because right now, our left and the right of the menu are both 120 pixels before the element starts. We also want to place the image right in the middle. So let's go back to our style sheet and let's say top 20 pixels, which goes to the bottom of our header. And let's divide it by 2 again. So the top is 10 pixels. Let's refresh it, and the logo is in the middle. This was it for this episode, and in the next episode, I want to create a full responsive background image that is parallax as well. I also want to add some content on top of it. If we look at the website that we are going to create, you can see what a parallax image actually is. If we scroll down, you can see that the background is, well, fixed because it can't move. This gives a pretty cool effect. And whenever we use a fixed background image, the image will remain static while the content will move over the image as we scroll down the page. So you can see that the text will go up and the image will stay in place. The reason why I like to create websites with parallax images is because it's, well, a pretty awesome way to present your product. It gives a modern look to your website as well. Now, before we start, we actually need a background image. And once again, I recommend you to use Pixabay for pictures if you don't have your own. The pictures on Pixabay are free and you can use them on your actual portfolio as well. So let's go to the browser, let's write down pixabay.com. And since I want to focus on a personal portfolio, let's write down business, hit enter. Now I like to create darker websites, so I will be looking for a dark image, and if I scroll down, I can actually find the picture that I have on my website right now, which is this one. And feel free to use another image because the process of creating a website is the same, even though if you use another picture. So let's click on it. Let's click on free download, and the size is 1920, 28, 1280. Let's click on download. Well, I'm not a robot. Let's click on the traffic lights. Let's click on download again. Well, this is the same process as in the previous episode. Let's click on our folder, our root folder. Let's go inside image. Now let's place our image right here. And you can see that whenever you download images from Pixabay, they come with a pretty difficult name. So let's change the name to img-background, so BG. Let's go back to our code editor and let's start creating our parallax background image. The first thing that we need to do is to go to our index.html, and, well, right above our closing body, we need to create a div with an ID. So let's write down div, hashtag, and the ID name is container-bg. So let's hit tab, and you can see that our div is created. And inside the div, we want to create another div called a wrapper. So let's write down div punctuation mark content hyphen wrapper. Let's hit tab and let's hit enter again. And we don't want to create an image element right here because we want to use CSS and add an image to the content BG. So for now, we're pretty much done right here. So let's go to our style sheet. And right below active, let's create a comment. And let's say image landing page, because we are creating a new section right now. First off, let's start off by styling the ID. So let's say hashtag container hyphen BG. And we want to give it a background image. And that can be done by writing down background, colon, URL. And we need opening and closing parentheses and a semicolon. Inside a URL parentheses, we need to write down the path of our image. And you can use either single quotes or no quotes. It really doesn't matter. And the path is img, which is the folder, / and the name of the image is img-bg, punctuation mark, JPEG. After the parentheses, we need to write down no-repeat. And this is mainly if you have a small picture on a super big screen, the image will not be repeated but will be scaled to the right size. After the no repeat, we need to hit space. We need to write down center space center because we want the main point to be in the center. And well, later on you will understand what I mean if we work on mobile phones as well. And we also want it to be fixed. On the line below, we want to say that the background size needs to be full cover. So let's write down cover. Well, I made a typo. In order for the parallax effect to work, we need to write down background hyphen attachment, and we want the value to be fixed. And we also want to set the image width and the height to 100% because we want it to be full screen. So let's save it. Let's go back to our browser, refresh it, and this is what we want. But well, you can see that we are unable to scroll down. So let's go back to our index.html, and right below our div box of content BG, let's create another div, and let's give it an ID of test, because we want to set the height below the image a little bit higher so we can scroll. So let's save it. Let's go to our style sheet. Let's write down hashtag test. And let's set the height equal to 1000 pixels. Save it, refresh it. And right now, we created our parallax effect. And it was, pretty easy to do it. What I want to do right now is to add some content in front of the background image. So let's go back to our index.html again. Inside our div class of content wrapper, we want to create an H1, my personal portfolio. And you can add whatever you want. I actually don't have any content, so therefore I'm just writing some dummy text. We want to add a paragraph, and with the best web developer in town. And we also want to create a link. So let's create an href, and let's set the text in between to contact and the href to contact.html as well. The main goal of a personal portfolio is to attract potential clients. So you always want to lead your clients or the visitors of your website to the contact form. So let's go back to the style sheet so we can style it. And right below our test, we want to start styling the class. So it's punctuation mark content hyphen wrapper. And as you can see that the background image, so our ID, is full width. But what we want is our content to, not be the 100%. And the way you can do that is by saying margin, it's 0 and auto. So you're saying that the top and bottom is 0 and the left and right is auto. And let me set the width equal to 80% so I can show you what I actually mean. And let's set the text align to the center as well. Save it, refresh the browser. And if we inspect our element, and let's hover on content wrapper, you can see that what margin 0 auto does is it takes the 80% out of 100, so we got 20% left, And with auto, you're saying split the 20% to the left and the right. So 10% to the right, 10% to the left. Now you can also see that our content is, well, at the top. So let's go back. Let's set the position equal to relative. And let's set the top equal to 30%. Save it, refresh it, and it's in the middle. Well, right now, we need to style our H1 paragraph and anchor. And what I usually like to do is to use all my global style elements close to each other. So at the top, we have our HTML body header. And right below that, I want to create an H1 where I want to set the font size equal to 68 pixels. I want to set the color to white, so FFF. And I also want to add a text shadow, so text hyphen shadow, so it pops up a little bit more. And let's set the text shadow equal to 2 pixels, 2 pixels. And the color is, well, not white because, well, let's set it equal to white so I can show you what I mean. Let's save it, refresh it. And, well, it looks pretty weird on the background if I zoom in. But if we set it equal to, well, let's say gray, so 666, 666, save it, refresh it. This looks, well, way better. And, well, you can see that there is a lot of margin around my personal portfolio H1. So let's set the margin equal to 0. We can also style our paragraph right here, but we will be using a paragraph a lot, and I don't want to give it a global color of white. So I only want to add a global styling, and I want to set the font size equal to 20 pixels. Save it, refresh the browser. Now let's go back to the bottom of our style sheet. And let's copy our content wrapper actually. Let's remove everything in between. And let's add a paragraph after the content wrapper. So I only want to style the paragraph in the content wrapper class. I want the text transform, so all the letters needs to be uppercase. I want to set the color to white. And I want a margin of 20 pixels top, 0 right, 60 pixels bottom, and 0 to the left. So let's save it, refresh it, and this actually starts to look pretty good. Now the last thing that I want to style is our content link. So let's go back to the style sheet. And once again, we can copy our content wrapper paragraph. And let's change the P to A. Let's delete everything inside of it. And let's set the color equal to FFF. We want the underscore to be gone. So text decoration is equal to 0. We want the text transform to be uppercase as well. We want the border, well, not only below, but we want 1 pixel solid all around, so white. We want a padding. Inside our border, we want 8 pixels top bottom and 16 pixels left right. And let's set the font size equal to 22 pixels. So let's save it, refresh the browser, and the text decoration is actually not, oh, it's 0, so it needs to be none. So let's save it. Let's go back to the browser. Let's refresh it. And this is the output that we want. And if we scroll down, you can see that the text is going up and the background image is static. This was it for this episode. And in the next episode, I want to introduce you to Font Awesome icon so we could add a scroll down button at the bottom of our page that will scroll down for us whenever we click on it. Font Awesome is a web font used by website designers and developers for icons instead of traditional old image icons. So instead of going to Google and, well, downloading images like a button down or Illustrator image, we can just use Font Awesome. A huge advantage is that it's, well, pretty flexible in terms of coloring, sizing, and stacking on top of other background styles using plain CSS. So you need to go to the official website of fontawesome.com, and as you can see, there are more than 1,500 free icons and 7,700 paid fonts. But I usually don't need any paid icons because everything that I actually need is available in the free fonts. Now, if we scroll down, you can see a lot of fonts that you can use, and they might be pretty useful for you. But there are two ways how you could add fonts. You can download the library and add it in your root folder, just like we did with our image folder. But that's not what I want to do because it's way easier to use a script and use it in your Font Awesome. So whenever you're on the homepage of Font Awesome, let's click on Start for Free. Recently, Font Awesome updated their policies and systems. So what we actually need to do now in order to use it is to sign up with our email. And trust me, they won't be spamming us with emails. Now let's write down your email. So I will use my personal one because I'm already using it on my business account. So let's click on Send Git Code. So you need to check your email, and I will pause the video for a second and I will be right with you when I have my email. So whenever you have received your email of Font Awesome, you need to click to confirm it. I can close off my email. Well, we need to set up a password. So let me add a password. Let's click on Set Password and continue. So my name is Dari. My last name is Nazar. And well, we'll start using it from 2019. Let's click on Go. And you can see that we are provided with a script link right here. And we haven't talked about script elements. But what we can do is to, well, copy it. We can go to our code editor, to our index.html. And right below our title, we can paste it. So let's save it. And let's go back to the browser. Let's close off the kit because we don't need it right now. Let's go back to Font Awesome, the homepage again. And before we actually start searching for icons, I always recommend you to click on free because I don't want you to find an awesome font icon that you actually cannot use because they are not free. You can either search for fonts or you could scroll down. If you're new, I'll just recommend you to look around and see what type of fonts they have. But let's say that you want to add social links, so a Facebook link. So let's write down Facebook. Let's click on, well, which one you actually want. So let's say the second one. And right below the name, you can see a class, and it's an I class. If you click on it, it will actually copy it. So let's go back to our code editor right now. And well, let's say in our test, let's paste it right here. So let's save it. Let's go back to the browser and refresh our project. Let's refresh the browser. And right here, you can see that our Font Awesome is implemented inside our website, but it has no styling right now. So what we actually can do is to style it on two different ways. We can style the I class, and we can style the class name Fab. And I always recommend you to style the class because you don't want to style a global icon that you will be using on multiple places on your website. So let's say that you want to use a red background, and if you style the global, you are stuck with one color. Now let's go back to the style sheet and style the class Fab. So at the bottom of our style sheet, let's write down punctuation mark Fab, curly brackets. And like I said in the beginning of the episode, it is awesome to use font icons because you can change the color. So let's say color to red. And we can also set the font size to, well, let's say 80 pixels. Let's save it, refresh it, and you can see that the icon changed to red and the font size is way bigger. We can also add a hover. So let's copy our Fab. Let's write down colon hover after it. And let's set the color to blue. Save it, refresh the browser, and if we hover over it, the color is blue. This was it for this episode, and in the next episode, I want to add an arrow button that will redirect us to the next section of the page with a smooth scrolling effect. Welcome back to a new episode where we will be adding a button at the bottom of our landing page, and whenever a user clicks on it, he or she will be automatically scrolled down in a smooth way. Usually what you would do is to use JavaScript for this. But since we haven't talked about any JavaScript in this course, I want to solve this problem with something that is pretty new in HTML and CSS. Now before we continue on, we need to go to the website of Font Awesome because we want to find an arrow. So let's click on icons. Well, let's click on free as well. And let's write down arrow. And let's scroll down because I actually want the chevron down. Let's click on it. Let's copy the class. And let's go back to our index.html. So since we want to place the button in our container background, because we want it to be above the image, we need to go right below our content wrapper, and we need to create a new div with a class of btn of button hyphen down. Before we continue on, we want our font awesome to be clickable. So therefore, we need to create an enter link. So let's write down A, hit tab, and in between the tags, let's paste our font awesome, and let's save it so we can test the output in the browser. Let's refresh it. You can see that our font awesome is placed, well, right here at the moment. What we need to do now is to style it. So let's go back to our style sheet. Let me add some enters. So what we want to style first is our class and not the font awesome, but we actually want to style the div. So that's punctuation mark btn hyphen down. The first thing that I want to do is to style it in the center. So let's say margin 0 auto, and let's set the text align to the center. Save it, refresh the browser, and you can see that, well, you probably can't see it, but it's placed right here. What we need to do next is to style the font awesome icon because, well, I actually want it to be visible. And since we will be using more font awesomes in this course, I don't want to style the global class, but I actually want to write down punctuation mark btn hyphen down space, and I want to style the punctuation mark fast because that's actually the class name of our icon. So we're styling the font awesome inside our div. So let's add curly brackets, and the first thing that I want to do is to change the color to white. So let's say color FFF. I want it to be bigger, so the font size needs to be 40 pixels. Let's set the position equal to absolute, and let's set the bottom equal to 0 pixels because we want it to be at the bottom of our landing page. So let's refresh it, and you can see that, well, it's actually placed at the bottom right now. But if we take a quick look, you can see that it's not placed right in the middle. So what we need to do is to go back to our style sheet, and we can add a transform, which is something new. What a transform property allows you to do is to visually manipulate an element by screwing, rotating, translating, or scaling. And the value is translate, which is a function, so we need to add parentheses, and we need to end it with a semicolon. And in between the parentheses, we want to use a double length percentage of minus 50% and minus 50%. So minus 50, comma, minus 50% again. So let's save it, refresh the browser, and you can see that it is, well, aligned in the middle right now. The minus 50 and minus 50 are values represented both the x and the y coordinate and the translating vector. So if you go to the browser and we click on it, well, nothing is happening because we haven't written down a path. So let's go to our index.html. And if you remember, we created a div with an ID test. Well, we can actually use the test in our hyperreference of our button right now. So let's write down hashtag test, save it, and let's go back to our browser, refresh it, and let's click on the button. And well, you can see that we're being redirected, but well, not in a pretty good way. So let's click on it again. And what we need to do in order to make it more smooth is to add a new styling to our HTML element in our style sheet. So let's go to our style sheet, and we need to go to the HTML element at the top. And what we need to do is to set the scroll hyphen behavior equal to smooth. And this enables smooth scrolling to the whole page. And a quick note is that this does not work with Internet Explorer, Edge, or Safari. So let's save it. Let's go back to the browser. Let's refresh the page. And since I'm not full screen right now, well, let me go down and say from the bottom, I want it to be 100 pixels. You don't need to do this, but since I'm not working on a full screen right now, you will not be able to see the button. And right now you can, so let's click on the button. And you can see that we will be scrolled down, well, pretty smoothly. Now let's test it out one more time. Let's click on it. And this is actually what we want. This was it for this episode, and in the next episode I want to introduce you to CSS Grid, which is the most powerful layout system available in CSS, so we could create multiple boxes next to each other. In this episode, we are going to talk about what CSS Grid actually is, why you should use CSS Grid, and what the alternatives are of CSS Grid and how to set it up. So what is CSS Grid? Well, it's a two-dimensional grid-based layout system optimized for user interface design. In the grid layout model, the children of a grid container can be positioned into arbitrary slots in a predefined flexible or fixed size layout grid. Now, if you look at the picture that I have on my screen right now, what grid allows us to do is to create boxes next to each other, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Instead of saying float left for one box and float right for another. Grid layout gives us a method of creating grid structures that are described in CSS and not in HTML. It helps us to create layouts that can be redefined using media queries and adapt to different contents. Right now, you can see 3 boxes, so a box of 33%, another one of 33%, and the third one is 33% as well. And this is for a full screen. And when we'll be adding media queries later on, we can create a website to make it responsive. And whenever the page reaches a width of 1000 pixels, I can set the boxes equal to 50%. And whenever it reaches a phone size, so a small device, we can set the width to 100% of each box. Since we are living in a multi-screen society, it's pretty important for your website to be viewable across as many devices as possible, because you never know what devices someone will be using to view your website. And using the CSS Grid will make it a lot easier for us to make a website responsive for different devices. Now, how the grid system works is that we need to create HTML elements in our HTML file, of course, and we need to style it or make a grid element inside our CSS. So let's go back to the code editor, and let's go back to our index.html. And right below our container background div, let's hit a couple enters. And if you're actually new to this episode and you're not following this course, you can just place this wherever you actually want. So the first thing that we need to do is to create a div. So let's write down div, punctuation mark, because we need to have a class called grid-layout-50. So let's hit tab, and let's hit enter again. What I want to do first is to create a grid layout of 2 boxes of 50%. So I want the box to be on the left-hand side of my screen and another box to be on the right-hand side of my screen. And in order to do that, we need to create 2 divs inside of our class. So let's write down div, hit tab, now let's hit enter. And to create dummy text, we can actually write down lorem, and you can add, the number of words that you want. So let's say 30, let's hit tab, and you can see that we just created dummy text with 30 words. And we need to create another one, so let's copy it, and let's paste it right below it. Save it. And if we go to the browser and refresh it, scroll down, you can see that, it's pretty ugly right now. So this is not actually what we want. So let's go to our style sheet and let's start creating our grid system. Let me add a comment and let's say grid layout. Just to show you guys how it actually works, I want to style the grid layout 50 class. So let's write down punctuation mark grid-layout-50. What I actually want to say is, I want to style all the divs inside my grid layout 50. And the way we do that is to say greater than div, followed by an opening and closing curly bracket. So what we're doing with the greater than sign is saying we want to style all the divs inside this class. So right now we just have 2. In order for us to, well, make it more clearer, let's add a border of 1 pixel solid red, and let's add a padding of 8 pixels. Let's save it, refresh the browser, and this looks alright. And what we're doing right now has nothing to do with the grid, but this makes it easier for me to show you what the grid method actually is. And right now I want to start with the grid. So let's go below our grid layout 50 and write down punctuation mark grid dash layout dash 50 again, and we don't want to style anything else. And the styling property that we need to add is display colon grid. And this defines the element as a grid container and establishes a new grid formatting context for its content. Let's go 1 line below and set the height equal to 500 pixels. Let's save it, refresh it. And well, this is actually better because we have a lot more white space right now. You also won't notice any changes because we need to define the width of our boxes. So right now we haven't done that. So let's go right below display grid and let's write down grid dash template dash columns, colon, semicolon. And the values of the width, well, I want to create 2 boxes first of 50%. So let's say 50% space 50%. Save it, refresh the browser. And now you can see that the output is actually the grid layout. So we have our first div, which is 50%, and the second one, which is 50% as well. And we can even change it up. So let's set the first one equal to 70, and the second one to 30, which makes it equal to 100. Save it, and you can see that the first one is 70 right now, and the second one is 30. But if we change, well, let's say the second one to 50, save it, because our width is 120 pixels right now, you can see that it will actually be larger than the screen that we have. So that's not actually what we want, so let's set it equal to 30% again. What we're doing right now is basically saying, well, the 2 boxes that we have, well, let me refresh it, is 70 and 30. But if we add another div inside our HTML, so, well, let's write down div, and let's say lorem 20. Let's save it, refresh it, and you can see that it will actually follow the 70-30 rule in our CSS. And well, there will be just another box created, but since we have a 70-30, it will go on the, well, box below, and it will create a new one. And no matter how many divs we will create, it will always follow the 70-30 rule or something else that you have specified right here, and it will follow this rule. So if we change it up to 40% for the first one, the second one 30, and the third one 30% as well, save it, refresh it. And right now you can see that our screen is split into 3 columns, and the first one is 40, second one is 30, and the third one is 30 as well. Even if we add a new div right now, so let's copy this one, paste it below, save it, refresh it. Well, I haven't saved it. Save it, refresh it, and you can see that the same exact formula of 40, 30, 30 is followed, and on the box below, the first one is 40 again. If we look at our divs right now, you can see that they are placed right next to each other. What we would have done before is adding margin. So let's go to the style sheet, and let's go below our height and set them, well, not right here actually. So go to the grid layout and the divs, and let's set the margin of 10 pixels. Save it, refresh it, and this looks actually good. But instead of doing this, we could use something called grid-gap. So let's go to the style sheet, let's remove the margin, and let's go right below grid template columns, and let's set the grid column-gap equal to 5%. You can actually use whatever unit you want, so you could use pixels, EM, and so on. So let's save it, refresh it. Well, 5% is actually a little bit too much, so let's say 1M. Well, this looks good, because we created white space around it. But you can see that we only created white space in the columns, so always to the right. But you can also separate the rows, and in order to do that, we need to go back to the style sheet, and we need to write down grid dash row dash gap. Now let's set it equal to 1em as well. So let's save it, refresh the browser, and right now we created space right below our divs. What we're actually doing right now could be done a lot easier. So let's go back to the style sheet, and let's comment out grid column gap and grid row gap. Let me actually place the height at the top because it's pretty annoying to have it at the bottom. And let's go one line below, and we can actually say grid dash gap, and let's set it equal to 1em. Now let's save it, let's refresh the browser, and you can see that the output will be exactly the same, but we saved ourselves one line of code. What I usually like to do when I'm working with grids is working with percentages, so a 40%, 30%, 30%, but you could use pixels or EM units as well. With the new grid layout system, there is something new in CSS, and that's called a fraction. And the fraction is largely associated with CSS grid. So let's remove the 40%, 30%, 30%, and let's write down 1 FR, which stands for fraction. We can actually comment out our grid gap as well. Save it. Let's refresh the browser. And you can see that we actually set right now that every grid column needs to be 1 fraction, so the full width. So let's go back to the style sheet and let's set the grid template column to 1 fraction, 1 fraction. Let's save it, refresh it, and what we're basically saying right now is that, the full width is 100% and 1 fraction is equal to 50%, and the other one as well. So we actually created 2 boxes of 50%. And you might probably think that we cannot specify specifically that, let's say that the first one needs to be 50%. Well, you can actually say 1.5. Save it, refresh it, and you can see that, the first one has a fraction of 1.5, and the second one has a fraction of 1, so the remaining. We can also say that the second fraction needs to be, let's say 2. Save it, refresh it. And what this basically means is that we have a total of 3 fractions right now, so 1 and 2. So 3 fractions of 33%. And we're saying that the first one is 1, so 33%, and the second one has 2 fractions. So 33% added with another 33%, which makes it equal to 66. We can also combine percentage with fractions, which is actually something I do not recommend you to do, but I will actually show it to you how it works. So what we can say is the second fraction is 1, and let's replace the first one with 50%. Save it, refresh the browser, and you can see that the output is 2 boxes of 50% again. Well, right now, let's go to our index.html and let's remove all the divs inside of it, because I want to create a new structure. Let's write down, let's hit tab, let's write down div, and every div has a class of, the first one has a class of title, and the text is title. We have another one of header, and the class is header as well. Let's paste it a couple more times. The third one is sidebar, the fourth one is content, the fifth one is footer. And I actually pasted one extra time. Now let's change the classes as well to sidebar, to content, and to footer. Now let's actually see what our fractions are. Let's set it to 1 fraction, 1 fraction. Save it, refresh the browser, and this is actually what we want. So let's go to our style sheet and let's style the title, which is the first box, so the title. What I actually want to do with my title is to give it a percentage of 100%. So I want it to be full width. And there are a couple ways how we could do that. So let me start off with the first way. And this can be done by writing down grid dash column dash start, followed by a colon and a semicolon. We want our grid column start to start at 1. And on the line below, we want to say grid dash column dash end. And we want it to end at line 3. So let's save it, let's refresh it, and you can see that it's full width right now. Now let me actually open up an image for you so I could show you what, well, the tree actually is. This might be pretty confusing. So we have 3 boxes and you can see all the numbers in between. Our starting point is 1 and we're saying that our ending point is 3. Well, actually, in order to do this, let's set the fractions to 1 fraction, 1 fraction, and 1 fraction. Let's go back to our project. And right now you can see that it's not full width anymore. And the reason that is we're saying that our starting point is 1. We have 2, which is, well, 1 box. We have 3, which is the ending point of the second one. And we have 4, which is the ending point of, well, the full width. So let's test it out. So let's set the ending point. So let's save it. Well, let's refresh the browser. And you can see that we created 3 boxes, which is actually good. And if we set it equal to 4, you can see that the full width is 100%. Just like this. And this might be pretty confusing. It was, and it is actually still for me. But let's continue on with the video. Well, let's set it, the columns equal to 1 fraction, 1 fraction. Well, once again, I'm actually trying to show you all the different ways how you could actually do this. And just like in the column start to end, this can be done a lot easier. So let's comment them out. And on the line below, let's write down grid dash column and set it equal to 1 space slash 3. If we save it and refresh the browser, you can see that the output is exactly the same and we saved ourselves 1 line of code again. What we're doing right here is setting the starting and the ending point in order to create a row. What I want to do right now is to focus on justifying and alignments of items. And justifying items is used to justify the grid items along the row axis. And alignment items are similar to justify items, but aligns the grid items along the column axis. In the grid layout 50 that we created right here, let's create a grid gap of 1 EM. And on the line below, let's write down justify dash items, colon, semicolon, and let's set the value equal to start. Let's save it. Let's refresh it. And right now you can see that all the elements are placed at the start of its column, which makes pretty much sense. And we can also set it equal to center. So let's change start to center. Let me actually add a comment as well. So we have start, we have center, we have end, and we have stretch. And I want to show them all to you. So let's test out center, which will be placed in the center of the box. We have end, which will place it, well, at the end. And we have stretch, which is actually the default, so the full width. Let's actually set the grid template column to 3 boxes again. Let's refresh it. And this is good. Well, we actually need to change the grid columns to 4. Yeah, this is good. We also have align items, and this will basically not stretch it out, but will go the other way. So what we're doing right now is to go in the width, but we want to change it in the height. Right below justify items, let's write down align items and set it equal to start. Save it, refresh it. This will actually be full width, but it will place it at the top. And if we place it in the center, it won't actually be placed in the center of the div. And we have end as well, which will place it at the bottom. And we also have stretch, which is the default again. And let me add the comment right here as well. Let me actually remove these because it's, well, pretty annoying. There is also something which is called align self. And these are pretty much the same as align items, but we need to place them right inside of the divs. Well, let me remove the comments because it's pretty annoying. And right below grid column 1/4, let's write down align dash self, and let's set it equal to start. Well, we can actually remove the grid column. Save it, refresh it. Right now, we're only applying it to one specific div because we don't want to apply it to everything. What we actually can do is to say punctuation mark header, because we want to style that one as well. We want to style the sidebar. We want to style the content. And we want to style the footer. What we can do right now is to give our header an align self of end. Forgot the semicolon. Save it, refresh it, and this will be placed at the bottom. And for the sidebar, we can say justify self to end. Save it, refresh it, and this will place it at the far right. The last thing that I want to show you is how you could place two elements next to one element. And let's remove all the stylings that we just added, because we don't need these right now. And inside the title, let's set the grid dash column equal to 1/3. So what we're saying right now is the title needs to span the first block, second block, but not the third one. So let me open the image again. It's right here. So we're saying 1 till 3. So the first one, which is until the second point, and until the third point. So the first block and the second block. We can also say that it needs to go vertical. So right below grid column, let's say grid dash row, and I set it equal to 1/3. And this will push one row down. So let's save it, refresh it, and you can see that the title's height is now from 1 until 3. So let me open the image again. So it's from 1 until 3. So two boxes right below each other. And it will push the header and the sidebar to the right. And what we're doing right now is two-dimensional, meaning that it can handle both columns and rows, unlike something like Flexbox, which is largely a one-dimensional system. And I'm not sure if I have actually mentioned it before, the value of grid columns and rows does not need to be a span. So what we're doing is 1/3, which is equal to a span. But we can actually just set it equal to 1 or 3. So let's go to the header and let's say grid dash column, and let's set it equal to 3. We actually want to style the rows as well. Let's set the grid dash row to 1/3. So it will take the wall area. So let's save it, refresh it, and you can see that the header is the same height as the title. We can actually adjust all the divs. So from the sidebar, we can set the grid column to 2/4. So the content will start at, let me open the image again. The content will start at 2 and it will end at 4. Let's save it. Let's refresh it. So the first box placement is empty and it will start at 2 and it will go until 4. And we can specify the rows as well. So let's say grid dash row, and that's equal to 3. Save it, refresh it, and you can see that the content is placed to the left and everything below the sidebar is empty. This was it for this episode, where we covered most of the basics of CSS Grid. I actually use Grid for almost everything because it makes my work a lot easier because it's very flexible. If you want a more high advanced video about Grid, there are a lot of them on YouTube, so I recommend you to follow them. But this was more like an introduction to CSS Grid. In the next episode, I want to create 3 boxes next to each other with actual content inside of it. Welcome back to a new episode where I want to create 3 boxes next to each other with content inside of it. It's more like the services that we will be providing to clients. It's more like the services that you will be providing to clients when they land on your page and they scroll down with a scroll down button. The output will be something like this. So I will be creating a header called servers, and below that we will have 3 boxes with content inside of it. And it looks actually pretty good. So let's get right into it. So let's go to our index.html, and right below our content background, Let's create a new div. Let me scroll down a little bit. Let's create a div, and I want to give it an ID. So hashtag introduction dash section. Let's hit tab and let's hit enter. Inside my div, I want to create an H2 because we already have an H1 on our background. And since the H1 is unique and can only be used once on a website, we need to create a H2. In between my H2, I want to write down surfaces. And below my surfaces, I want to add something which is called an HR. And this is something that we haven't talked about, and this is used to separate content with a line. The reason why I'm actually giving my div an ID and not a class is because we need to change the anchor inside our button. Well, inside our scroll down button. So in our href, let's write down introduction dash section. Let's check the output. And well, this doesn't look good, but you can actually see what an HR is because it's our line right below our surfaces. So below our div, let's create a new div and give it an ID of grid-layout-33. And the reason why I'm calling it layout 33 is because I want to create 3 boxes inside a 100% width. So we have 3 boxes of 33%. So let's hit tab, enter again. We want to use a grid layout, so we need to create divs right inside of it. And the first thing that I want to add is a font awesome icon. Let me zoom in a little bit. So let's go back to the browser. Let's write down font awesome. Let's search for a code icon. Let's click on free. And it's actually the second one that I want. So let's click on it. Let's copy it. And let's paste it right inside of the div. Below my code icon, I want to create an H3. And I want to give my box a name. And the name that I want to give is, well, similar to the icon that I have. So I want to write down web development. And right below my H3, I want to create a paragraph with a couple of words inside of it. So let's write down lorem 8 and hit tab. If you do have content, I actually recommend you to use it right here. What we actually can do is to copy our div and let's paste it 2 more times right below it. Let's save it. And for the second one, we need to actually find a new icon. So let's go to our font awesome. Let's write down Creative Commons. Let's click on the comment plus. Let's copy the icon. And let's replace it with the code icon of the second one. Let's change the content inside web development to brand identity. And we can actually leave the lorem ipsum. And for the third one, I want to call it creative design. So the H3. And let's go to font awesome again. And let's write down design. And on free, of course. And we can actually use the object group. This looks, well, pretty good. So let's copy it. Let's change the iClass. And let's save it. And if we actually close off font awesome and we refresh the browser, well, this actually looks pretty bad. Well, and I actually can see the brand identity. So let's look another one. So let's write down lamp. Click on free. And well, let's actually click on the book open. This one looks good too. Let's copy it and let's replace the second one, the middle one. Save it. Refresh the browser. And they are all working right now, but it looks bad. So let's go to our style sheet and make it beautiful. The first thing that I want to style is the header of the section. So let's write down hashtag introduction dash section. And what I want to do is to set the margin equal to 80 pixels top. And I want the left and the right to be auto and the bottom to be 0. So let's save it. And you can see that we will create a space right above surfaces. What I also want to do is to text align everything in the center. So let's save it. And I want to style my H2, so the surfaces. And we can use a global styling because we want to use our H2 only for the headers. So let's go right below H1. Let's write down H2. And let's set the color equal to black. And let's set the font size equal to 42 pixels. So save it, refresh the browser, and this looks already better. Now for the HR, which is a line, which you actually can see, but it's well across the page right now. So what I want to do is to go right below my H2, write down HR. Since the ID of our section is already text align center and margin 0 auto, we only need to set the width to 30 pixels. So let's save it and refresh it. And you can see that we created a line right below our surfaces, which looks way better than before. What I want to do now is to style the grid boxes because, well, they don't look good right now. So let's go to the bottom again. And right below introduction section, let's write down hashtag grid-layout-33. And if you're not familiar with grid, I recommend you to watch my previous episode where I will go in depth about grid. And the first thing that we need to do is to set the display equal to grid, so the style sheet actually knows that we're working with grid. What we need to do next is to set the grid-template-columns. I want the columns to be one fraction, so one FR, another one fraction, and another one, so 3 boxes next to each other. I also want to, well, if we save it right now and refresh it, we actually created our grid system, but I want to create a grid gap. So right below grid template columns, let's write down grid-gap and set it to 3 EM. And I also want to set the width equal to 80% because right now it's aligned to the left and to the right. And I want to set the margin equal to 0 auto. So 10% left, 10% right. Save it, refresh it, and this looks good because you can actually see that we have set up our grid system and we created white space at the left and the right of our box. What I want to do now is to style the div blocks, so the blocks inside my grid system. So let's go below our grid layout 33. Well, we can actually copy it. Let's paste it right below it. And what we want to say is, well, we want to style our grid layout 33, but we want to style greater than div. So basically every div inside my grid layout 33. And we can remove everything inside of it. And the first thing that I want to do is to give it a background color. And right now it's white, but I want to give it a white grayish background color. And whenever someone hovers on it, I want it to be white. So let's set the background color to F2, F2, F2. I also want to add padding of 18 pixels well everywhere. Save it, refresh it. I also want to text align everything in the center since the default is to the left. Alright. I want to create a box shadow around every grayish background. So let's set it to 0 pixels, 0 pixels, 10 pixels, and the color is black. Let's save it, let's refresh it, and this looks good. But you can see that the problem right now is that there's no space below my HR, well, in between my HR and my div. So what we need to do is to set the margin equal to 80 pixels top, auto right, 40 pixels bottom, and auto left. Save it, refresh the browser, and this looks good. What I want to do now is to add a hover effect, so I want to change the background color. And again, we can actually copy this one, we can paste it, remove everything inside of it, and after the div, we need to write down colon hover. The first thing that I want to add is a transition, because I don't want it to pop up immediately, of 0.25 seconds, and I want it to ease -in. And whenever someone hovers over it, I want the background color to be white. So let's write down background -color, and the color is #FFF. Save it, test the output. So let's hover over our box, and you can see that the background color changes to white. What I want to do now is to style the content inside of it. So let's go to our index. And as you can see, we have a class fas, another one which is called fas, and a far. And what we can do is something that I actually haven't showed you before, is, well, to go to our style sheet. And let's write down hashtag grid-layout-33 space. And we want to style, well, punctuation mark fas, comma, punctuation mark far. And what we're basically saying right here is that we want to style the fas and the far inside the grid layout 33. So they're basically getting the same styling. So let's add curly brackets. And the first thing that I want to say is that the color is equal to 666,666, which is gray. And I want the font size to be 50 pixels because they're pretty small right now. So let's save it. Let's refresh the browser. And this is actually what we want. Now for our web development, brand identity, and creative design, we can actually create a global styling right at the top again. So right below our H2, let's write down H3. And what we want to say is that the font size is equal to 20 pixels. And we want the text transform to be uppercase. So we want all the letters to be uppercase. And for the paragraph, well, we actually need to go to the bottom. So right below grid layout 33, let's write down grid-layout 33 and the paragraph. And we want the font size to be 16 pixels and we want the color to be gray as well. So let's save it. Let's refresh the browser. And we're actually done right now. And in my opinion, the output looks amazing. What I want to do right now is to add, well, a new div. So let's say div hashtag test. Let's save it. Let's go to the style sheet and let's write down hashtag test. And let's set the height equal to 1000 pixels. Save it. Let's refresh the browser. And you can see that we actually can scroll down. But what I want to show you is that, well, whenever we click on a button, we will be redirected to surfaces. But the problem is that the margin is right outside of surfaces. So instead of saying margin, we actually need to add padding because padding is right inside the H2 element. So let's go to the style sheet. Well, we actually need to go to our introduction section and let's set the margin of top equal to 0. And let's set the padding equal to 80 pixels top and the rest is 0. So let's save it and refresh it. And what we can do now is to click on the button. And you can see that we will be redirected to the padding and not to the margin. This was it for this episode. And in the next episode, I want to add a video inside my page. The first way will be basically to do the same thing as adding images. So we will be creating a folder in our root folder, but instead of calling it images, we will call it video. And the second way is by inserting a video using a link called embedding. The first thing that I want to do is to go to my root folder, so HTML tutorials. And as you can see, I have a folder called images, so IMG. So I want to create a new folder called videos. What I recommend you to do is to download a video from the web, or if you already have a video, just put it inside the videos folder. I already have one, so I will go inside my videos folder and I will paste it right here. The most commonly used file formats are MP4, MOV, or WAV. But most browsers will actually support almost all file formats nowadays. For this video, I will be using an MP4 because all browsers do actually support MP4. Now that we have our video, we need to go back to our index.html file to create a video element. Now, if you're new to this course, you can create your video element right inside the body tag. Don't pay attention to anything that's written down right above. The first thing that I want to do is to create a div. Hit enter, and I want to give it an ID of content-video. Inside the div, I want to create an H2 with the text of my video in between. I also want to create an HR tag, so it will look pretty similar to the sections above. And this is actually optional if you're not following this course. Right below our HR, let's start creating our video. And the way we create a video is by a tag called video. So let's write that down and let's hit tab. And this element embeds a media player which supports video playback into the document. And just like the image element, you can see that the source is automatically created for us. So that's actually the first thing that I want to do, is to add the source. Our video is placed right inside the videos folder, /, and the video name is called introduction, MP4. And just like images, you actually do need to add your file extension after the file name. There are a couple other attributes that you could create inside your video element. So right after the source, let's hit space, where we could specify if we want the video to be autoplayed or not. And this is a Boolean value, which means that it is either true or false. So if we do write down autoplay, the video will be autoplayed for us. And if we remove it, the video will not be autoplayed and the user needs to click on the video first. I actually do recommend you to do not use autoplay because it's a pretty unpleasant user experience. So I recommend you to avoid autoplay at any cost. Now, if we save it and we go back to the browser and, well, let's refresh it and let's scroll down, you can see that the video is added, but we have no control over a play button, a pause button, or the volumes. And in order to add this, we need to use an attribute called controls. So let's go back to our index.html, and right after the source, hit space, and let's write down controls. And this is used to specify the control to play a video. So let's save it. Let's go back to the browser and refresh the video. And you can see, well, it's pretty zoomed in right now, that we have a sound button, a full screen options, and we have a play button. Well, you can see that the video is full screen right now. So what I want to do is to go to the style sheet. And right after our last piece of text, let's add a comment that says adding a video. And let's start by styling the div first. So let's say hashtag content dash video. And the first thing that I want to do is to set the margin equal to 0 auto because I want to style it in the center. So we need to add text align center as well. And I want to add a padding of 80 pixels top, 0 right, 0 bottom, 0 left. So let's save it and test the output. Well, there's nothing happening with the video, but the text of my video and the HR are placed in the center right now. Let's go back to the style sheet, and right below my content video styling, I actually want to style the video. So you could see that there is no space between, well, the video and the HR. So let's add a margin of 80 pixels top and the rest is 0. I also want the video to be smaller, so let's add a width of 500 pixels. And in order to give it a cool background effect, let's add a box shadow of 0 pixels, 0 pixels, 10 pixels, and the color is black. I also want to change the cursor because right now if we hover on the video, my cursor is not changing. So let's add cursor, colon, and let's change it to a pointer. So whenever we hover on the video, let me refresh it, the cursor will change into a pointer and users can actually see that this is clickable to start the video. What we have done right now is to add an internal video on our page. But what you could do is to add videos from YouTube or Vimeo. A huge benefit, and what I actually recommend you to do, is to always use videos from an external source, because it will make your website load faster since it does not need to load the video from your root folder. Since using a video nowadays takes a lot of space because, well, you have 4K, 8K and so on, this means that your video will take a lot of space. And in order to add videos from an external source, we need to embed the video. So the first thing that I want to do is to go to youtube.com. And I actually love traveling to Asia, so let's write down Tokyo 4K. And the reason why I'm searching for a 4K video is to show you that the load time will be fast as well. So you can choose whatever video you actually want. I will just choose the Japan night in 8K. Let me pause the video. If we scroll down, well, next to the like and dislike button, you can see a button called share. So let's click on it. And you can see that a pop-up just appeared on the screen with a couple of options. And just like I said, we need the embed option. So let's click on it. So we've been redirected to our embed video. And this is pretty cool because YouTube will provide us with a couple of options. If you don't want your video to start at the beginning, you can actually check the first box and you can change the time. So it will start at let's say at 20 seconds. You can also remove the show player controls. So the YouTube icon right inside of the middle will be removed. And you can also enable privacy enhanced mode. And this is something that we actually do not need. But what this basically does is that it will not store information on your website unless they start the video. So what we need to do is to copy our iframe link. Let's go back to our index.html. And we can, replace it with the video element. So let's paste it right here. Let's save it. And let's go back to our index.html. Let's refresh the browser. If we play the video, you will see that the playtime is exactly, let me pause the video sound. And let's go back to our index.html. You can see that this video is, adding a lot of attributes. So let's remove our width and our height, because we want to do that in our style sheet. Save it. Let's go back to our style sheet. And we can actually replace video with iframe. If we refresh the browser right now, you can see that only the width is applied to the video. And for some sort of reason, the height will not change whenever you use an iframe. So let's go back to the style sheet and let's change the width to 560 pixels. And we also need to set the height to 315 pixels. Save it, refresh the browser, and we have our video back. Normally, a footer includes important information such as copyright, disclaimer, a few links to relevant resources, and a way how users can get in touch with you. As we've talked about it in the previous episodes, most web pages are structured the same way. They almost always have a header, so let me go to the browser. They always have a header with the logo on the left and navigation links to the right. The body has all the website content inside of it. And there is a footer which is always at the bottom of the page. And you should see a footer as information that will appear at the bottom of every single page on your website. So whenever we are redirecting to About, Portfolio, or Contact, the footer will always be there. Or whenever a user is scrolling through your website and he's, at the My Video section, the user does not want to scroll up to navigate through the header links. But having a footer makes it a lot easier for users because they can navigate in the footer as well. What I want to create for the footer is a grid layout of 4 divs. The first div will have a logo with the company name below it. The second div will be the internal links that users can choose from. The third div will be the way how users can get in touch with you. And the last div is something that we haven't talked about, and that is using an input field where users can register for a newsletter. So let's go to our index.html and let's go right above our closing body tag where we want to create opening and closing footer tags. Let's hit tab, let's hit enter. And I also want to give my footer an ID. I want to set it equal to grid-footer. Now the tricky parts comes here. We want our footer to be 100% width, but the content inside of it needs to be 80%, just like the rest of our page. What we need to do is to create a new div with a class of content-footer. Let's hit tab and enter. So the footer will have a width of 100% and the content inside of it will have an 80% width. Inside the footer, let's create our first div. And inside the first div, I want to add my logo so we can actually scroll up and we can copy it from the header. Let's scroll down again. Let's paste it right here. And I want to add a piece of text right below my logo. So I want to write down in H4 tags, Nazar Web Agency. Let's save it. Let's refresh the browser. And well, this doesn't look good right now, so let's continue on. Now that the first grid is done, let's create a new grid. So let's write down div. And what I want to add here are the internal links of the web page. So let's write down H4, hit tab, and let's write down internal links. Right below our internal links, we need to create an unordered list and list items because we want to add, well, all the navigations that we have in our header. But what we could do is to scroll up and let's copy our unordered list and all the list items inside of it, of course, and let's paste it right below our H4. And we can remove our active class because we don't want that in the footer. Now our second div is done, so let's go right below our closing div. Let's create a new one. Inside the third div, I want to create all the possible ways how someone could get in touch with me. Once again, let's write down H4, hit tab, and let's write down get in touch in between our H4 tags. We want the possibilities how someone can get in touch to be inside an unordered list, and we want a list item. We also want our list items to be clickable, so let's write down A and hit tab. In between the answer, let's write down the company name that you have. And let's also create the href right now. So my website is https://www.darinazar.com. And I want to set the target equal to _blank because I want a page to be opened on a new tab since I don't want my potential customers to leave my website whenever they click on it. We could actually copy our list item, paste it right below of it, and let's change the text in between to my address. And you could actually write down your own address. But what I want to do right now is to go to Google. Just search for your address. I will just write down New York. I will click on Maps. And what we need to do right now is just to copy the URL, go back to our index.html and paste it right inside of our href. And the target needs to be equal to blank as well. The next list item that I want to add, well, we can copy paste the first one again. And I want the third one to be my phone number. So let's write that down. And for the phone number, you actually do not need to create an URL in the href because it's a little bit different. To create a phone number, we need to remove whatever's inside the double quotes. We need to write down tel, plus, followed by your country code. I'm in the Netherlands, so it's 31. And followed by your phone number. I will add a dummy phone number because, well, I actually won't show you mine. So let's save it. And whenever someone clicks on the phone number right now, or my phone number text, he will be getting a pop-up on his phone if he wants to make a phone call or not. The last link that I want to add is, well, let's copy paste it one more time. Let's remove whatever is inside the href. And let's replace the text in between the answers with my email. Well, the href of an email is pretty similar to the phone number. And instead of writing down tel, we need to write down mail to, followed by a colon, your email address. So my email address is info@darinazar.com. A pretty cool feature that you could add is a subject. And the way you do that is by writing down a question mark right after your email, followed by subject with a capital S, and we need to set it equal to whatever you want. But if you want to create a one-word subject, so let's say development, this works. But if you want to use more than one word, there is a problem because the href does not accept spaces. Luckily, they came with a solution, and instead of writing down spaces, you need to write down a percentage sign, followed by 20, well, followed by the word that you want to add. So let's say development website. The percentage 20 will be replaced with a space. Now that we've done with the contact div, we need to create one more. So let's go outside of the closing div. Let's create a new one. We also need a title for this one. So let's write down H4, hit tab, write down stay connected. What I want to create right here is an input field where users can input their email address and the placeholder that will provide us with some sort of information. And do not worry about this section. I will create a separate video focused on contact forms and input fields. Now let's write down input and hit tab. And you can see that the type attribute is automatically created. And what we need to do is to change it to email because we want our keyboard of a phone user to change to an email format. Right below our input, we need a button. And the text in between is sign up. I also want to add the icon to the right of it. So let's go to the browser, write down fontawesome.com. Let's search for write. Let's click on free. Well, something went wrong right here. Let's click on free. And I actually want the caret right. So let's click on it. Let's copy it. And let's place it right after sign up. I also want to add my social buttons right here. Right below our button, let's create an unordered list and a list item. And we also want our social icons to be clickable. So let's write down A, hit tab. And let's go back to Font Awesome again. And the first one that I want to add is Facebook. Let's search for it. Let's click on, well, which one you want. Let's copy it. And let's paste it right inside the enter. We can actually copy paste our list item 2 more times. Because the second one that I want is Instagram. Let's search for it. Let's click on it and let's copy the iClass. Let's replace the second iClass. And the third one that I want to add is LinkedIn. Let's search for it and let's click on the, second one. Let's copy the iClass and let's paste it right inside of the, let's replace it. Now let's save it. Let's go back to our project. Let's refresh it. And the output isn't that great, but we will be working on that right now. So let's go to our style sheet. Let me add a comment because we're going to style our footer. The first thing that I want to style is the hashtag grid-footer ID. I want to set the width inside of this to 100%. I want to add a box shadow of 0 pixels, 0 pixels, 10 pixels, and the color is black, just like the rest of our page. And I want to add a margin because, if we scroll up right now, you can see that the image is placed right beneath the video. So let's add a margin of 80 pixels top and the rest is 0. What I want to do now is to apply my grid to my footer. So let's write down punctuation mark content dash footer. We need to set the display equal to grid. And I want to add a 4-column grid. So let's write down grid dash template dash columns. And let's set it equal to 1 fraction, 1 fraction, 1 fraction, and 1.4 fraction. Because I want the fourth one to be a little bit bigger. I also need a grid gap of 3 EM. And I want the footer to be a little bit longer. So we need to add padding of, on the line below, of 80 pixels top and bottom and 0 left and right. Since the whole footer is 80%, I want to create white space to the left and to the right. So we need to set the width equal to 80%, but we need to set the margin equal to 0 auto as well. So let's save it and let's refresh the browser. You won't see anything right now because our image is too big. So right below content footer, let's write down punctuation mark content dash footer again, space, img. And let's set the width equal to 40 pixels. Save it, refresh the browser, and you can see that our grid layout is applied right now. So the next thing that I want to do is to style all the links. So let's copy content footer img. Let's paste it right below of it. And let's change img to enter, so an A, and everything that's inside of it. The first thing that we need to do right here is to set the text decoration to none. And I want to change the color, because I don't like the blue color, to black. Well, let's also add a hover effect. So let's copy our content footer. Let's place it right below. And right after the answer, let's write down :hover. We don't need the text decoration. And we need to change the color to gray, just like in the header, to 666, 666. And we want to add a transition of 0.25 seconds, and we want it to ease in. Save it, refresh the browser, and this looks good. But right now I want to style the unordered list. So let's copy the content footer A. And let's change the A with an unordered list, so UL. And I want the list style to be none. And I want the margin to be 0. And I want the padding to be 0. Save it. Let's refresh the browser. And it actually starts to look pretty good. But I want to create a little bit more white space around my links. So let's go to our style sheet, copy our content footer, paste it. And after the unordered list, let's add a list item. We don't need our list style and margin, but we do need our padding. The top is 0. The right is 0 as well. The bottom needs to be 8 pixels and the left is 0. Save it, refresh the browser, and this looks better. Now I actually forgot to do something because I want to add a class to the input field. So let's go to our index, and right inside the input type email, let's create a class, and let's set it equal to input-newsletter. Save it. Let's go back to the style sheet, and let's style it. So let's say punctuation mark input-newsletter, where the width of the input field is 140 pixels and the height is 30 pixels. Save it, refresh the browser, and this looks good. But what I want is set the display equal to inline block, so whenever someone on a small device opens it, I want the button to be next to the input field. I also want to add the border, because I want the color to be 1 pixel solid and black. And I want to create a box shadow of 0 pixels, 0 pixels, 10 pixels, and the color is black as well. Save it, refresh the browser, and the color went wrong. Let's test it out one more time, and this looks better. We also need to create a class for a button. So right after button, let's write down class and set it equal to submit-newsletter. Let's go back to our style sheet, and we can actually copy our input newsletter, and we can change the input to submit newsletter. We don't want the width to be just like this. Well, I can actually show you how it looks. So let's save it, refresh it. Well, this is not what we want. So let's set the width equal to 100 pixels and the height to 35. I'll also want a little bit more space between the input field and the button. So let's set the margin equal to 0 pixels, 0 pixels, 0 pixels, and 10 pixels left. I want the background color to be black, but I want the foreground color, so the text color, to be white. And I want the font size to be a little bit bigger. So let's say 16 pixels. And the text transform, well, let me scroll down a little bit, is uppercase. And we don't need the display inline block. So let's save it. Let's refresh it. And this is what we want. Well, we actually forgot to create a placeholder. So let's go to our index.html. And right after input type email, let's write down placeholder. And let's set it equal to enter email. Save it, refresh it. And right now you can see that we created a placeholder for our input field. The last thing that I want to style are the social buttons. The problem that we have right now is that we cannot style the list items of these social buttons because we already styled another unordered list and list items inside the footer. So we need to go back to our index.html, and in our unordered list, let's create a class and set it equal to social-footer. Save it. Let's go back to our style sheet. And right below submit letter, let's write down punctuation mark social-footer. But we want to style the list items because the styling of the footer unordered list is already done, and this is applied to the social footer as well. And what we want to say is that the display is equal to inline because we want the icons to be aligned next to each other and not right below each other. So let's save it and check it out. This looks good. And the last thing that I want to do is to style the icons. And if we go back to our index.html, you can see that the iClass are all fab. So that's pretty easy for us. So let's copy our social footer list item. Let's paste it. And let's change list item to punctuation mark fab. I want to set the font size equal to 28 pixels. And I want to add a padding of 20 pixels top because it's well aligned to the input bottom now. 10 pixels to the right. 0 bottom, 0 left. Save it, refresh the browser, and this looks good. And we need to create a global styling for our H4. So let's go to the top, and right below our H3, let's create an H4 styling. And let's set the font size equal to 24 pixels and the text transform to uppercase. Save it, check it out in the browser, and well, this is a little bit too big. So let's set it equal to 18 pixels. This looks better. You can create a link anywhere on your website, email, or application, which will open a new WhatsApp chat to a specific number. I recommend you to do this on either your footer or contact form. And since we created a footer in our last episode, I want to create it in my footer. So let's go back to our index.html. And what we can do is to copy our list item of our phone number. Let's hit space and let's paste it right below it. Let's remove the href. And let's change my phone number to WhatsApp me. What we will create is a link that will open a chat with a number we specified in our href that can include a default message as well. And whenever a user clicks on the link and does not have you saved in their contacts, it doesn't matter because the chat will be automatically created. To create our own link, we need to go right inside our href, write down https // punctuation mark me, so WhatsApp me, another // and followed by the phone number. And the phone number must be in an international format, and you need to prevent any zeros, brackets, or dashes when adding the phone number in international format. So the Dutch international code is +31, but when you want to add your phone number, you need to remove the plus. So it's 31 6 2 3 4. Let me hit enter, so a phone number will be generated for me. And let's keep the target equal to blank as well. So let's save it. Let's refresh the browser. Let's scroll down and let's click on WhatsApp me. You can see that we've been redirected to WhatsApp, but I didn't give a real phone number, so therefore it won't work whenever I click on message. Well, they're giving me a message that WhatsApp isn't installed on my computer, but I can use WhatsApp chat. I actually need to scan this, so just give me a second. And you can see that the phone number shared via the URL is invalid. We could also create a pre-filled message that automatically will appear for us. So let's go to our index.html, and right after the phone number, we need to add a / followed by the word text that needs to be set equal to whatever you want. But if you want to use spaces, you need to replace it with a %sign. So let's say contact space, so %, website. Right now, we're done with our homepage. We created a navigation and a full screen background image with a parallax effect and a drop-down button. And whenever we click on the drop-down button, we will be scrolled down to our surfaces. And if we scroll down, we created a video section and we also created a footer. I don't want to waste any time and get right into creating our portfolio. The first thing that we need to do is to create a new file inside our HTML tutorials folder. Right click on it, let's create a new file, and let's call it portfolio !HTML, and be aware that the extension needs to be .html, otherwise it won't work. Let's hit enter, and we created our portfolio page. But if we go back to our index.html, we need to reuse two pieces of code. We want to reuse the header, so let's copy, everything from doc type until the closing header tag. Let's copy it and let's paste it right inside of our portfolio. And we also need the footer. So let's go back to our index file. Let's scroll down and let's copy the footer. And let's paste it inside our portfolio. Let's save it and let's go scroll up and let's click on the portfolio button in our header. And you can see that we've been redirected to our portfolio page. Now, the first thing that we need to do is to create a header and paragraph. So whenever a potential customer lands on our portfolio page, we want to introduce them to our work. So in between our header and footer, let me zoom in. And I don't need the sidebar for now, so I can zoom in more. Well, in between our header and footer, we need to create a div with a class called container-portfolio. Let's hit tab, hit enter. Inside our container-portfolio, we need to create a h1. Since we're on a new page, we can actually use an h1. And let's write down, I'm a dedicated web developer. And once again, my main purpose of this course is not writing content, but it's about designing a page. So right below our h1, let's create a paragraph tag and let's write down Lauren 20 and hit tab. So we created dummy text below our header. So let's save it. Well, this doesn't look good right now. So let's go back to our portfolio.html and let's create a new div. And let's give it a name of portfolio-items and hit tab, hit enter again. Now, every item that we have or every portfolio case that we have needs to be inside a div. So let's create a div opening and closing tag. And we want to create an image that is clickable. So let's create an enter tag by writing down A and hitting tab. And inside our enter, let's create an image tag. We need an image, but let's go to an external source. So pixabay.com. And let's scroll down and I will choose this picture. Let's right click and let's click on open image in new tab. Let's go to the image and we can actually copy and paste it inside the source. Now what we could do is to copy paste our div 2 more times, so we have 3 blocks next to each other. Let's save it. Let's go back to our browser. Let's refresh it. And the output doesn't look good right now. So let's go to our style sheet and let's style it. Let me add a comment first because we're working on our portfolio. And the first thing that I want to style is the container where our portfolio header is placed in. So let's write down container-portfolio. And we want to, let me show it to you, align the header 1 and the paragraph in the center. So we need to set the width equal to 80%. And the margin needs to be equal to 0 auto left right because we want 10% to the left, 10% to the right. So let's text align everything in the center. This went wrong. So let's save it. Let's refresh it. And I want to place my navigation a little bit further away from the header. So let's say that the padding is equal to 100 pixels top bottom and 0 left right. Save it, refresh the browser, and this looks good. We already created a global h1, so what we could do is to say punctuation mark container dash portfolio space h1, and what we want to do is to only change the color. So let's set the color equal to black. Save it, refresh the browser. Well, I made a typo because we don't need a hashtag right in front of crawler. Save it, refresh the browser, and this looks better. Well, let's also add a margin of 0 pixels top, 0 right, 60 bottom, and 0 left. Save it. And I want to create a little bit more space between the h1 and the paragraph, just like this. Now for the paragraph, we want to style the font size a little bit bigger. So what we could do is actually copy the container portfolio h1, paste it right below it, and let's replace h1 with a P. And let's change the color to gray, so 666. Instead of margin, let's say that the font size is equal to 22 pixels. Save it, refresh the browser, and this looks good. What I want to do now is to focus on our portfolio items. So let's go to our style sheet, and right below container portfolio, we need to style punctuation mark portfolio dash items. The first thing that we need to do is to set the margin equal to 0 auto, because we want to style them in the center. We also want to create our grid styling, so let's set the display equal to grid. And I want to create a 3-div layout, but if you actually want to create a 4-grid system, feel free to add a new grid template column. So let's write down grid-template-columns, and let's set the value equal to 1 fraction, 1 fraction, 1 fraction. And if you want to add 4 blocks next to each other, right after the last 1 FR, hit space and write down 1 FR. But I will focus on 3 right now. We also want to create a grid gap because we don't want our items to be placed right next to each other. And let's say 3 EM. And well, in order to set the margin equal to 0 auto and text align everything in the center, we actually need to say that we want to text align everything in the center. Now let's save it and let's test the output in the window. Well, it actually works, but the images are too big. So let's go to our style sheet. Right below our portfolio items, we need to write down punctuation mark portfolio dash items space img. And well, let's set the width equal to 300 pixels. Save it, refresh it, and let's inspect the element for a second. Because, well, it's pretty cool whenever you hover on the div, you can see how much space is left around the image. So I want to make it a little bit more bigger. So let's say 500 pixels, refresh it. I think this is a little bit too big. Yes. Well, let's say 400, save it, refresh it. Well, 350 must be all right. Now that we have created our grid system, we can actually start working on our hover effect. Because right now, we can create a pretty nice portfolio, but we don't have any hover effect over the image. And to add a hover effect, we need to go back to our portfolio.html. Let's scroll down to our portfolio item. Well, the first box. And let's give the box a class. Well, let's say class is equal, in double quotes, to HVR box, which stands for hover box. Right below our image, let's hit enter, because we need to create a new div called punctuation mark HVR box dash layer. And this basically is the background color effect. So what we want is to change the opacity to black. So let's hit tab, hit enter again. And inside our hover box layer, we need to create a new div called HVR, hit tab, enter. And after the HVR, so the hover, let's hit space because we want to give it a second class name of box dash position. What we would do with hover box position is basically all the content that we will be displaying whenever we hover over a div. Well, what we want to do whenever someone hovers on it is to show a h3. So inside our class, let's write down h3, hit tab, And what we want to add here is the kind of work we have done for a client. Most people, and me as well, don't do one specific thing. You can be a designer and a web developer, and you can make logos, apps, and so on. So I always think it's very good to specify explicitly what kind of work you have done for a company. So in between our H3, let's write down web development. And right below our H3, let's create an H4 where I want to write down the company name. And in my case, I will write down my own. So right now we're done with our HTML. So let's save it and let's go back to our style sheet. And let's go right below portfolio items, the image. And let's write down punctuation mark HVR box. What we want to do is to set the position equal to relative. And the display needs to be inline block. There's also something that we haven't talked about, and that's the overflow. So let's set the overflow equal to hidden. And what this basically does is it clips the content if necessary to fit the padding box. We also need to set the max width of 350 pixels because it needs to be the same as the image. For the div layer that we created, I want to style the punctuation mark HVR box first, space, and then the HVR box dash layer. And this will be the dark overlay that will appear whenever we hover over a box. And what we could do is to set the opacity equal to 0, because if we don't do this, the effect will not work. What we want to do next is to set the position equal to absolute. And whenever the position is equal to absolute, we can set the top equal to 0, the left equal to 0, the right equal to 0, and the bottom equal to 0 as well. We also need to set the width equal to 350 pixels again. Now for the background, I want to set the value equal to a function called RGBA. And whenever you create a function, you need to use parentheses, semicolon. Inside the parentheses, we're going to define different RGB colors with opacity. We don't want the background color to change to a specific color, so we don't want it to be red, blue, or green. But we want to change the opacity so whenever we hover over it, the image is still, well, lightly visible. We want to set the RGB equal to 0, so no red, another 0, because we don't want green, and another 0, because we don't want blue as well. But we want to use a new value called alpha. And the alpha parameter is a number between 0.0 and 1.0. 0.0 is fully transparent and 1.0 is fully black. Let's set it equal to 0.6 to be somewhere right in the middle. We also want to change the color because, well, we have a black background color and we want to change the font size to FFF. And I also want to add a transition. So let's write down transition, which is equal to all objects. I want to slide it in at 0.4 seconds. And I want it to ease dash in dash out, space 0 seconds. Now for the hover effect, we want to style the punctuation mark hover box colon hover, space, punctuation mark, hover box dash layer. And the opacity basically specifies the transparency of an element. So let's say opacity equal to 1. So how lower we go, how wider the background will be. If we save it and refresh the browser right now, you can see that our effect actually works. But our text is placed right at the top, and that's not what we want. And that's the only thing that we need to style right now, and that's the content. So right below our styling, let's write down punctuation mark hover box space punctuation mark hover box dash position. And let's set the display equal to inline block. Save it. And this is actually, well, this class. So the H3 and the H4. And let's set the position equal to absolute, because whenever we set the position equal to absolute, we can set the top equal to 60% and the width equal to 100% and we want the items to be aligned to the left, so let's say left 50%. If you have followed the episode where we placed a scroll down button at the bottom of our page, you know that the position that is equal to absolute and the left equal to 50 will never place the element in the middle. What we need to do is to set the transform, hit tab, and you can see that two other transforms are created, and these are for different browsers, and we need to set it equal to a function called translate, parentheses, and inside the parentheses we want to say minus 50%, comma, minus 50%. Save it, refresh the browser. We made a typo because it doesn't need to be hover space box, but it needs to be hover box dash position. So let's save it, refresh the browser, and while the items aren't placed right in the middle, so let's go back to our style sheet. Now let's set the top equal to 50%, refresh it, and this looks actually good. Well, since we added a class, we need to go to our style sheet and inside the hover box, and set the margin equal to 0 auto and the text align to center, save it, refresh it, and this looks good. The last styling that I want to apply is to our H3 and H4. So let's write down punctuation mark HVR box space H3, and I want to set the font size, well, to a pretty small one, so 12 pixels. Because this is the kind of work that we have to done for someone, and we don't want to be that big, and it definitely doesn't need to pop out. Let's set the color equal to FFF, and let's set the margin equal to 0. We can actually copy paste it, and let's change H3 to H4. The font size needs to be bigger, so 20 pixels. And we also want to add a padding of the top equal to 6 pixels, right 0 pixels, bottom 40 pixels, and left 0 pixels. Let's save it, let's refresh the browser, and well, the items are placed a little bit higher than in the middle, so I actually think that we need to set the top equal to 60 pixels since we changed the font size. Refresh it. You can see that the output is pretty cool because whenever we hover on a box, the background image is still visible, but an opacity is applied and a piece of text is visible on the screen. Welcome back to a new episode where we will be creating a grayscale effect whenever we hover over an image. The output will be something like this. So whenever we hover over the image color will be changed to its default color. For the people that did not watch the previous episode, we basically created a div inside our grid layout with an image inside of it. And that's actually what we need to do for our grayscale effect. So let's create a div with the class name of HVR box dash grayscale, which stands for hoverbox grayscale. Let's hit tab, let's hit enter. We want every image to be clickable, so let's create an anchor. And inside the anchor, let's create an image. The image has a source attribute, so let's go to Pixabay. And well, you should search for the image that you actually want. So let's say that I want the second one. And you can choose whatever image you want, it really doesn't matter. Whenever you have found your image, you need to right click, click on Open Image in New Tab. And we need the URL. So let's copy it and let's paste it right inside of the source. Let's save it, and for now, we're done with our HTML. So let's go to the style sheet, and well, first off, let's create a comment, and let's say grayscale effect. And on the line below, now CSS has a pretty cool styling which is called filter, and this is a powerful tool that we can use to achieve varying visual effects. You probably might have seen them before, because most photographers use these on images in Photoshop. Filters are commonly used to adjust the rendering of an image, a background, or a border. Right below our comment, let's add a styling called punctuation mark HVR box dash grayscale space curly braces, and let's add the filter styling. So let's write down filter colon space, the value is gray, semicolon. Since it's not possible to use this on all browsers, we need to create something that we haven't talked about. And that's called the dash WebKit dash filter, colon, space, semicolon. We want the value to be equal to grayscale, parentheses, and inside the parentheses, the value needs to be 100%. And what we're basically doing right here is saying that we want to apply this styling to Google Chrome and Safari. And that's what WebKit is used for. If you want to use the same thing for Internet Explorer, you basically need to copy paste it and change WebKit to MS. And if you want to use it for Firefox, you need to copy it one more time and paste it one more time, of course, and change MS to MOZ, which stands for Mozilla. We also want to add a transition, so let's write down transition and hit tab. And you can see that all the different stylings for browsers are created automatically. And we want the values to be equal to all, space, 0.6 seconds, space, ease. And the last styling property that I want to add is the dash WebKit dash backface dash visibility. And we need to set it equal to hidden. And this property defines whether or not the back face of an element should be visible when facing the user. Now if we save it and go to the browser, well, let's refresh it. You can see that our grayscale effect is actually applied. Now what we want is to change the color to the regular image color whenever we hover the image. So what we need to do is to go to the style sheet, copy paste the hoverbox grayscale, paste it right below, and I can see that we actually forgot to add IMG right after grayscale because it's necessary whenever you want to add a hover effect. So let's scroll down, and after the second one we need to add a space IMG again, followed by a colon hover. We can actually remove everything besides of the filters, but we want to set the filter color to none, because we want the default color to hover in. We want the filter of the WebKit MS and MOS to be 0%. So let's replace them. Let's save it. Let's go back to the browser and let's refresh it. And let's hover over the image. And you can see that we created a pretty cool grayscale effect. A blurred background brings more emphasis to the main subject of the photo. The output will be something like this. The image will have a blur overlay, and whenever we hover on it, the default picture will be shown. For the people that did not watch the previous episodes, we basically created a div in a grid layout system. So let's do that right now. Let's create a div with a class name called hoverbox-blur. Let's hit tab, let's hit enter. We want the images to be clickable. So let's create an anchor, and inside the anchor, I want to place an image. I also need a source for my image, so let's go back to the browser. Let's go to pixabay.com, and well, you can search for whatever picture you want. I will actually choose a wine picture. It actually looks pretty good. The next thing that you need to do is to right click on it, open the image in a new tab, copy the URL, and paste it right in the source. Let's save it, and for now we're done in our HTML. So let's go to the style sheet, and right below our previous styling, let's create a comment, and let's say blur effect. Now, in order to add the blur effect, we need to style the class called HVR-box-blur space IMG. Now CSS has a pretty cool styling which is called filter. So let's write that down, followed by a colon, space, semicolon. And this is a powerful tool that we can use to achieve varying visual effects. There are multiple filters that you could add, such as blur, brightness, contrast. Well, I can actually show them to you. So let's remove the semicolon, colon. Let's write it down one more time. And right here you can see the list that you can use. So you got UV rotate, blur, contrast, custom, and so on. Hit backspace again and click on tab. So we get our WebKit filter as well. And we want to call a function called blur, followed by parentheses. And inside the parentheses, we need to specify the weight of the blur. So if we say, for instance, 1 pixels, and you can see that, well, a weird blur has been applied to our image. Well, let's set it equal to 5 pixels. Save it. Refresh the browser. And you can see that, well, it really works right now. I usually like to work around 1 or 2. So let's set it equal to 2. Save it. Refresh it. Since it's not possible to use it on all browsers, we need to create our WebKit as well. Well, that's actually what we did. But we need to copy paste it 2 more times. And we need to change the second one to MS because we want it to work on Internet Explorer as well. And in order for it to work on Firefox, we need to change the third one to Moz for Mozilla Firefox. We also need to add a transition because whenever we hover over it, we want the actual image to be visible. So let's say transition, hit tab. And what we want to do is to set the transition equal to all, 0.6 seconds, so 0.6 seconds, and we want it to ease. And the last thing that we need to add is on the line below, and that's called a dash WebKit, dash backface, dash visibility. And we need to set this equal to hidden. So let's save it, refresh the browser now, and if we hover over the image, you can see that nothing is happening. And in order for this to work, we need to add a hover effect. So let's go back to our style sheet. We can basically copy paste our styling. And right after the image, we need to write colon hover. Instead of saying blur 2 pixels, we need to set it equal to 1 because whenever we hover over the image, we want the blur to be equal to nothing. So let's replace them all, save it, refresh the browser, and let's hover over the image. And this is pretty cool because whenever we hover over it, we get a smooth transition to the actual image. You can see the output on my screen. On the left hand side, I want to add a couple options how a potential customer can get in touch. And if a user wants to send an email, they can fill out the contact form on the right hand side of the screen. Now the first thing that we need to do is to go to our code editor, create a new file called contact.html, and be aware that the extension needs to be .html, otherwise it won't work. And inside the contact form, we need to copy paste the header and footer. And don't worry if you have followed the previous couple episodes, because the content will be what you need. So let's copy paste it, and the footer as well. Let me scroll down. Let me copy the footer. Paste it right below it. The first thing that we need to create is a div in between our header and footer. So let's write down div, and we need a class of wrapper-contact. Hit tab, hit enter. And inside the wrapper-content, we need to create 2 new divs. So let's write down div, because this will be our actual grid layout. I want every div to have an introduction header. So let's go inside the first div. Let's write down h2, hit tab, and let's write down different ways to get in touch. Below our h2, we need to create an unordered list because we want list items inside of it. Every list item has a clickable link inside of it, so let's write down A and hit tab. Now for the contact options, you could look for whatever you want. I need a font awesome icon, so I need to go to the browser. Let's write down fontawesome.com. And well, the first option that I want to have is my phone number. So let's write down phone. Click on free. Choose the first option. Let's copy the iClass and let's paste it right inside of our anchor. Let me style this a little bit so it looks kind of better. And right below our iClass, let's write down our phone number. So +31 6 333 944. and 33. This is just a random number. What we need to do next is to copy our list item, because the second option is our email address. So let's go to the style sheet. Let's write down mail. Click on free once again. Not on Squarespace, but on free. You can choose whatever you want, but I will choose the envelope open. Let's copy the I class and let's replace the I class in the second list item. Well, I actually forgot the href, so let's say tel, colon, followed by the phone number. So let me write that down. And for the answer of the email, let's write down mail to, colon, followed by the email address. So let's say mymail@info.com. And we also need to replace the text. So let's say mymail@info.com. Let's copy paste it 2 more times. Well, for the third one, I want to add my Instagram. Let's click on whatever you like. Copy the I class. Replace the I class in our contact.html. And let's add Instagram in between. And let's replace the mail to with nothing. And the last one is my LinkedIn. So let's copy the I class once again. Replace the, well, I made a mistake, but it doesn't really matter. And let's replace the href. And let's say LinkedIn. Save it. We're done right now for our left-hand side. So let's go in between for the second grid, we need a H2. And let's say get in touch. And in order to create a contact form, your input fields need to be wrapped inside a form element. So let's write down form and hit tab. And you can see that the action attribute is automatically created. And the reason why this is happening is that you cannot make a contact form function with HTML and CSS. You can design it using HTML and CSS, but you need PHP in order to make the functionality work. So we will keep it empty for now. When creating a contact form, you want users to provide their own input. This can be done with different input types. You have text that users can input, you have radial buttons, you can use a checkbox, a drop-down, and so on. Now, what I want to do is to wrap my input fields inside a div class called full-fields. Hit tab, hit enter. I usually like to work with a placeholder when I create a contact form, but what I want to show you are 2 different methods. I want to use a label and a placeholder. So inside the div, let's write down label and hit tab. And this label basically is a piece of text that is associated with the input field. In our case, we want to create an input field of our name, email address, and phone number. So in between the 4 tags, let's write down name. And in between the label, let's write down your name. And we can add a star to let users know that these fields are required. The label isn't something that has functionality. So in order to let a user actually enter text in an input field, we need to write down input right below our label, hit tab, and you can see that an input field just got created. Well, let me save it and go back to the browser so I can refresh it. And this is the actual input field. So whenever I click on it, I can add input. You can see that the input field has a type, and this is basically what the user needs to enter. So the default is text, but we can also set it equal to phone. So the keyboard of a smartphone device will change to only numbers, and the browser will know that whenever I will enter text inside of the input field, it won't let us go through because the type is a phone and a phone number only has digits. The same thing can be done for email. So if we set it equal to email and we enter a phone number without an @ sign, we cannot send our form because, well, there's an @ sign missing and that's what's required inside an email. But for now, let's set the type equal to text, and I want to add a new attribute called name. And this is basically the name of the input content. And this is not necessary when you have only and this is not necessary when you're designing a form. But in order to let your PHP work, you actually need the name attribute. So let's set it equal to name. And I also want to add a placeholder attribute. So let's set that equal to your name. And this is actually what will appear inside the input field. So let's save it. You can see that your name has been created, but whenever I add text, our placeholder will disappear. The last attribute that I want to add is called required. And you do not need to set it equal to something. And what required is basically a Boolean. So it can be either true or false. And it specifies that an input field must be filled in before submitting the form. I recommend you to use this, so the required, but I always recommend you to do this inside your PHP code because that's more reliable. If we inspect the page, we can easily uncheck the required attribute. So what I want to do now is to copy our div and paste it right below of it, because the second one needs to be our phone number. So the for attribute for the label is equal to phone. And let's change the text in between to phone number. The type is equal to phone. The name is equal to phone as well. And the placeholder is your phone number. Well, we can remove your. Let's copy paste it one more time, because the third one is for our email. So let's set the label for the email, the text in between for email address. Now let's set the type equal to email for the input field, the name equal to email, and the placeholder equal to email address. Now the last div that I want to create is not a copy paste. So let's go below the email address. Let's write down div and let's give it a class of text area. Hit tab, hit enter. And I want the text area where users can input their actual message to have a label as well. And let's set the for attribute to message. And in between our label, let's say message with a star. Right below our label, we need to create something which is called a text area. And this is actually the place where users can input their information or question. We don't need all these attributes, so let's remove it. All I want is a placeholder. Let's set it equal to please enter your comments. Well, what's happening with my screen? All right. And right outside of our placeholder, let's create a name and let's set it equal to message. And we don't need to add anything in between our text area. Right outside of our text area div, we need to create a button because we actually want to submit it. And let's set the class of the button equal to submit-btn. And I want a new attribute called the type, and that's equal to submit. And how PHP works is whenever the submit button is clicked, or the button where the type is equal to submit, we will pass in all these input fields that we just created. Now that we're done with our code, we can actually save it and go to our style sheet. Let me scroll down. And the first thing that I want to add is a comment. So let's say comment, contact, form. And I want to apply my grid system. So let's say punctuation mark wrapper dash contact, curly braces, where the display is equal to grid. So we're applying our grid layout. I want a 2-block system. So let's say grid dash template dash columns is equal to one fraction. So we will split the screen. I want to have a grid gap of 3 EM because I don't want the items to align next to each other. I want my screen to be 80%. And I want a margin of 0 auto. So 10% to the left, 10% to the right. Let's save it and test the output. Well, this doesn't look good, but our grid system is actually applied. Now for the H2s that I want to style right now, we can actually copy our wrapper contact, paste it right below. Let me zoom in a little bit. And after the wrapper contact, we can add an H2 space, remove everything that's in between. And I want to set the font size equal to 26 pixels. Save it, refresh the browser, and this looks good. And what I want to focus on right now is the left-hand side first. So let's go to the style sheet and style the punctuation mark wrapper dash contact space unordered list space list items. I want to set the list style equal to none because I don't want the bullet points. I want to set a margin of 0 top, 0 right, 24 pixels bottom, and 0 left. And I'm doing this because I want to create space between the elements. So let's save it and refresh the browser. And this is actually what I mean. I have a little bit more space between my links. We can actually copy paste it one more time because we need to style the list items, but the anchors. So let's remove everything in between. And let's set the text decoration to none because I don't want the links to be clickable. And let's set the color equal to gray. We can actually copy paste it. And after the A, write down colon hover and set the color equal to black. And let's remove the text decoration and let's add a transition of 0.25 s ease dash in. Save it, refresh the browser, and this is what we actually want. What I want to add is a circle around the font awesome icons. So let's go outside of our hover, write down punctuation mark wrapper dash contact space. Well, let's go to our contact form and let's see the I classes, which is fab and fas. So let's write down punctuation mark fab, comma, space, punctuation mark fas. Let's set the border radius equal to 50%. And this property defines the radius of the element corners. And let's set the background dash color to black. And the color, so the color of the items, to white. Save it, refresh the browser. And something went wrong with the background color. And this looks alright for now because this is what we want. So let's add a padding of 18 pixels. Save it, refresh it, alright. And let's set the font size equal to 24 pixels. Refresh the browser, and we can actually set the padding equal to 14 to test it out. Alright, this looks better. So if we hover over it, and they are actually clickable, there is a little bit space right there, so let's see what that is. And that's padding of the unordered list. So let's go back to our style sheet and we can actually copy the wrapper contact unordered list item, paste it right above, and let's change the margin equal to padding 0, and let's remove the list item inside of it. Refresh the browser, and this looks good. What I want to do now is to focus on the contact form. So let's go to our style sheet and let's say that the input fields have a display of block, so I don't want anything to be around of it. I want the height to be 34 pixels, the margin equal to 0, and I want a padding because I want the placeholders to be, well, not be aligned to the left. So let's say 0 top bottom, 8 pixels left and right. Save it and refresh it. And this looks alright for now. So let's set the font size equal to 12 pixels. Save it. Refresh it. And this is alright. But we do need to style the label where the display is equal to block as well. And the text transform is equal to uppercase, and I want the font size to be equal to 12 pixels as well. Save it, refresh the browser, and this looks good for now. I want to add a little bit more styling to the input field, but I also want to add it to the text area. So what we could do is to go outside of our input field styling, write down input again, comma, space, text area, followed by curly braces. And what I want to do is to set the width equal to 400 pixels, and I want to change the border color to, well, 1 pixel first, solid, hashtag BD, which is a dark gray color. Save it, refresh the browser, and you actually won't see that much. But what I want to add now is a box sizing. So let's write down box-sizing and hit tab. And this property sets the total width and height of an element that is calculated. And by default, the width and height you assign to an element is applied only to the element's contact box. So let's set it equal to border-box. Save it, refresh it, and you can see that the width has applied for all of them. But if we remove our border box, which is a pretty weird thing in CSS, and refresh it, you can see that our text area does not have the same width as the input fields. So therefore you need to add the border box. Now if we go below our input field and text area styling, I want to style the div. So let's say punctuation mark full dash fields. And I want to set the padding equal to 0 pixels, 0 pixels, 18 pixels, 0. Save it. And what we're doing is adding a little bit more space below every box that we have. I want the text area to be a little bit bigger. So let's say text area, curly braces. And I want the height to be 140 pixels and the padding of 8 pixels. Save it, refresh the browser, and this looks good. Well, I forgot something because I want my labels to have a little bit more space. So let's go to the label styling and set the padding equal to 0 pixels, 0 pixels, 8 pixels, 0 pixels. So 8 pixels bottom. And this looks good. And we forgot to add text in between our button. So let's go to our contact form, scroll down to the button, and in between the opening and closing, let's write down submit. Save it, refresh the browser, and this looks good. So for the styling of our button, I want to say that punctuation mark submit dash btn, because if you remember, that's the class that we added to our button. And what we want to do is to set the width equal to 120 pixels. We don't want it to be full width because, well, that's not what I like. I want to add a height of 50 pixels. I want the text to be uppercase. So let's say text transform is equal to uppercase. The color is equal to FFF. And the background color is equal to black. I want the font size to be 20 pixels. And I want a margin of 20 pixels. I want a little bit more space between the actual button and the text area. So right here. And 8 pixels right bottom. And 0 pixels left because I want it to be in one line. So let's refresh it. And we created our submit button. The last thing that we need to add is the hover. So let's copy our submit button, paste it, add colon hover right after it. And we can actually remove everything besides of the colors. I want to add a transition, of course, of 0.25 seconds space ease dash in. I want the color to be equal to black. And I want the background color to be equal to FFF. Save it, refresh the browser, and we actually just created our contact form. Well, let's remove the active class that we have in our contact.html. So let's copy the class, paste it right inside of the enter of contact. And what we could do is to go to our portfolio page, copy the class container portfolio, go inside of our contact and write below our header, paste it, save it, and refresh it. And well, the output looks amazing. If you do enjoy my content and you want to see more, leave this video a thumbs up, and if you're new to this channel, please hit the subscribe button.